Hello, my name is Kriostix, and welcome to Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Justice for All, Case 4. Who will be our hero of heroes? It's a very running start, that's how these go. Will it be last year's runner-up Jamin Samurai, or maybe Captain Saipan, all the way from the lovely tropical Saipan, see the students of certain sorry school, and global hero of Onion coupons and want to go home without the prize? Lovely, good. Lady Luck is with the heroes, let's go. And now, the winner of the 3rd annual Hero of Heroes Grand Prix, and the text is way too quick, is me! And then they cut the moon in half, it's very exciting. Whoa! The true hero of the night has appeared in our midst. Hero of Heroes Super... It looks like this year's Grand Prix goes to this fantastic warrior. The Nickel Samurai. Too bad, Jamin Ninja. It looks like the title eluded you again this year. Oh dear. March 20th, 7:42 PM, Gatewater Hotel, Viola Hall. Alright, yes, did you hear that, Nick? Did you? The Nickel Samurai, he did it! I need to put the... I think the music can be on 3. I changed the music to 2 on the last case because the circus theme is very pervasive. But I think this music level is fine. Hell yeah. If I'm not mistaken, this theme is the one that's lasted the longest in Ace Attorney series, actually, because, like, from its inception in the first game, I'm pretty sure I heard it in the same, like, in the essentially exactly same notes in the 6th game as well, which is not how music usually works in the Ace Attorney games. Yeah, he sure did. I'm getting too old for this. I'm proud of the guy for doing the series justice. So the person everyone was cheering for, I guess he got the prize? Yep. You know who we're talking about, right, Curly? The Nickel Samurai. No, every Sunday I only watch the educational channel's Kids Masterpiece Theater. Okay, that's it. From now on, it's the Nickel Samurai. All the kids watch it. Do you like the Nickel Samurai too, Mr. Nick? Nah, Nick's an old fart, so he's not allowed to watch it anymore. That's right, but I do like Kids Masterpiece Theater. Hey, I didn't know you were so young at heart, Nick. Mr. Nick, you're a grown-up, you're not allowed to watch it anymore. You're supposed to act your age and have interest in that match. Have interest in that match. It's very important. Give it a rest, Pearly. Looks like I made the right choice in inviting everyone here. Powers is the dude who played... the character who played the Steel Samurai in the first game. That's where he's from. I'm glad you're all having a good time. It's like a dream. Too bad for the Jamin Ninja, though. Last year, he lost to the Pink Princess, warrior of Little Old Tokyo. I thought this might be his year. Yeah. Oh, hey, did anyone else think that the Jamin Ninja looked a bit different today? Different? What do you mean? Well, he wasn't carrying his bright red guitar. Hey, you're right. Strange he'd walk around without his signature guitar. I'll never understand these people and their shows. Anyway, Mr. Powers, thank you very much for tonight. It was nothing. I owe you one, so it's just my way of saying thanks. We saved his bacon because we got him not guilty, so... in the previous game, 3rd case, I think. Hey Nick, come on, it's time to get going to the lobby. There's a post-ceremony stage show that's supposed to start real soon. And then I heard there's going to be a press conference after that. A press conference? Is he gonna make a speech about winning this year's prize? Well, not exactly. Something about the Nickel Samurai confessing something. Confessing? Sounds pretty serious. Nick, come on, you don't want us to be the last ones there, do ya? Yeah, Mr. Nick, do you? Why me? The show doesn't even start for another 20 minutes. Okay, so I have this feeling that I might be, well, versed in trying to only examine important stuff in the first day, or days, or whatever, because I'm finding that in the second investigation stage of the case, the examination nodes all reset. Some of them add like one small piece of text at the end. Some of them are, I think, even the same as before. So it would be like retreading old ground if I check everything now. But I don't know. I still need to obviously check the like crime scenes. So you know, we'll see, right? Will Powers. Thank you very much for inviting us today. Oh, it was nothing really. Guys like us don't get to come to a place like this often, so I thought I'd invite you all. Hey, Mr. Powers, what have you been up to lately? Well, since the Pink Princess successfully wrapped up last month, I've been on a kid's exercise show, while wearing a rabbit mask over my face. Oh, I see. I'm still really sorry about all the headache I caused you that time, Mr. Wright. Well, what's done is done, so let's forget about it. I mean, headache. I mean, he was the defendant in a murder case, and he was not guilty, and we proved it. I'm not sure headache is the word. This is Will Powers. He's an action star. His popularity exploded when he was the Steel Samurai, and he was the first case Maya worked on with me. It's too bad you look scary, or people know you're a real softie who's good with kids. Thanks. Alrighty. I can't believe they're going to make a movie based on the Nickel Samurai. I can't believe it either, but for a different reason. The Steel Samurai, an epic story of one hero in a desperate fight against his arch-nemesis, the evil magistrate, in the city of Neo Old Tokyo. And last year they started a new series, the Nickel Samurai. The new series seems to be a hit with the kids too. I'm really attached to the Steel Samurai as a show, so I was hoping that maybe I'd get the chance to do something in this new one. Yeah, it's too bad. It'd been awesome to see you with the new actor, Matt Engard. He's super popular right now. Mr. Ungard. Looks like Pearls doesn't know who he is. This year it's gonna be the Nickel Samurai versus the Jammin Ninja at the box office. Jammin Ninja. Who's that again? So who is this Jammin Ninja again? He's a hero, duh! His symbol is the bright red guitar he's always carrying. A ninja who's always carrying around a bright red guitar. How does that even work? With a scarf around his neck and a guitar in hand, he rises to stardom in an ancient time. That is a modern guitar for an ancient time, but I suppose it's details. A ninja who becomes a star? Like a ninja star. Yeah, a ninja who becomes a star. Cool. That explains it then. There's a strong rivalry between the two of them. Global Studios' Nickel Samurai and Worldwide Studios' Jammin Ninja. They even air at the same time. Ooh. You know what I heard? I heard those two don't get along at all. The Nickel Samurai is Ungard and the guy who plays a Jammin Ninja, I mean. The Nickel Samurai speaks French? Oh, you mean Matt Ungard, the actor. I guess he's even the world of heroes isn't a sparkling happy place. Yeah. Alright. Do we need to... hallway, right. Need to start, right. March 20th, Gatewater Hotel, hallway. Wow, what is with this place? Looks like I've stumbled into Oz or something. Way in the back, there's a sign for the bathroom. Maybe I should visit it while I can before the show starts. Oh. Well... There are toilets in each room in this hotel, but since all sorts of events are held here, there are bathrooms for people who aren't staying here to use as well. Perfect for people like me who can't afford to stay here in the first place. Yeah? There's a piece of paper taped to the door that says Juan Corrida's room. Juan Corrida. His name just sounds like a star's name. I've heard it before, but I don't know anything about him at all. Compared to the flowers on the other side of the hall, these are much more gorgeous. Let's see, record companies, fan clubs, company workers, family. Carrying all these flowers home would be hard, I think. There's a piece of paper taped to the door that says Matt Engard's room. Matt Engard. I've heard that name before. Oh, yeah. Maya's always yammering about him like the obsessed fan she is. To Mr. Engard from the Global Studios staff. Ah, it'd be nice if lawyers got flowers too. Something like, to Mr. Wright from all your grateful clients. Okay. I can understand flowers in front of the dressing rooms, but what are the stuffed bears doing here? Could it be that there's an action star with a soft spot for teddy bears? Nah, can't be. Okay. Oh, sounds like the post-ceremony show is about to start. Alright, I'm so pumped. I wonder if he's going to show off his special move today, Nickel Samurai Smelting. Actually, what I'm interested in most is the press conference. You mean the big confession the Nickel Samurai is going to make after the show? So what is it? Don't you know what it's about, Mr. Powers? Well, I'm not the Seal Samurai anymore, so I don't have any idea. Ah. Sorry. Ah, so I guess you are all going to the press conference then. Yeah, of course. If that's the case, then here, take these tickets so you can get in. Seems like the Nickel Samurai is to confess something after the post-ceremony stage show. Thank you very much. Well, let's get going to the lobby. It looks like it's over this way, Mr. Nick. Okay, for great justice. Okay, are we done with the lobby? Let's go. March 20th, Gatewater Hotel, hotel lobby. Only a really gaudy hotel would have such a large, gaudy lobby to match. Ah, I think they're gonna have the post-ceremony show over there. They're using a compact stage, I see. Ooh, I'm all ready to use my special samurai power. Maya looks like she's ready to start a fight. Your attention, please. Your attention, please. The Nickel Samurai's post-ceremony stage show will not be held tonight due to unforeseen circumstances. Why? Ow, you didn't have to pinch me. Pinch yourself if you don't believe it. We are asking for everyone's cooperation at this time, so please stay where you are. This is a special request from the police. Police? Did you just say the police? Do you want me to go check out what's going on? Wait, I'll come with you. Freeze! You two, didn't you hear the announcement just now? He just finished telling you not to move. That voice, I've heard that voice somewhere before. Honestly, youth these days can't be bothered to listen to other people when they talk. Just the other day with the stuff and stuff and stuff. Stuff and stuff and stuff. This non-stop chatter. It can't be Miss Oldbag. What is it, you young whippersnappers? Do I know you? Wait, you're Powers, aren't you? Yeah, about what happened back then. You didn't even get nominated this year, did you? Oh, that's right, you're doing that children's exercise program, trying to play nice. Didn't want to know what you said anyways. Yeah, I couldn't read that like in a million years, so yeah. Yeah, that's me, thankfully I still have a job. I love that show, and you're a hoot. You're the Big Brother character, right? Yes, even blah 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 blah. Oh, sorry, I dozed off when she was talking, so there we are. Right. What are we gonna do? What are you doing here? Look at my uniform and tell me you can't tell me I'm a member of security. But that outfit. Annoying, noisy brats get the blaster. Right. Wendy Oldbag. Miss Oldbag, what are you doing here? What happened to your position at the Global Studios? Oh, that old place? Well, since that incident, they've been letting people go. When they cut the security team, I got the pink slip. What incident? What did you do? I didn't do anything, you young'un. Don't you remember that incident a year ago? When this lady got on the witness stand and testified? Yeah. And you, weren't you the one who was bullying me, this fragile girl at heart? I plead the fifth. But you know, I think maybe I rubbed the upper management the wrong way by testifying. Yes, that has to be it. Everything is all your fault. Me? I thought about being a bodyguard at first after being handed old Pinky. You? A bodyguard? For your friend, that fiery, good-looking guy with the red jacket and the ruffles. Mr. Edgeworth? But that sort of arrangement would be entirely too troublesome for me. That's what he said to me. What did I ever do to deserve that? Haha. What happened? So did something happen? I don't have all the details, but it looks like another one of those incidents happened again. An incident? Like a murder kind of incident? Maybe. You seem a bit of a devilish woman. So wherever I go, showers of blood are sure to follow. I bet you didn't know that. Then shouldn't you quit being a security guard, at least for other people's sake? Silence, whippersnapper! I do like that the Rattata is, like, titled Ray Gun. Hey, Nick? What is it? I don't like that devilish smile playing on your lips. Let's make like we're gonna be going to the bathroom and check things out. No way, the police tell us not to go anywhere, remember? Huh? How boring! You're such a boring guy. You've got no motivation, no spirit. Huh? What's going on? Are you giving Mystic Maya trouble again, Mr. Nick? Not you two, Pearls. Please don't stick your little nose into this one. So listen to this, Pearly. This one time at lawyer camp, Nick... okay, I get it. Let's go take a look. Yay! I knew you couldn't say no to me, Nick. That's right. You would walk over miles of hot coals for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you, Mr. Nick? That would be every time we work a case together. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go already. You can come along too, Pearly. Goody! I get to come! Lovely. So we go. March 20th, Gatewater Hotel, Viola Hall. There's nothing really out of the ordinary here. Are you looking for the incident that the old lady was talking about? Doesn't look like it happened here. Well, we better go look somewhere else. Alright, then let's try... Excuse me. Ah! Are you by chance Miss Maya Fey? Why do you have a zipper in your face? Like, I'd love to hear the story. Like, is it a... Are you secretly Spawn, the comic book anti-hero of... with an axe? I forget what its powers are. Yeah, that's me. You have a phone call waiting for you at the front desk. Is the phone call about the zipper on your face? Why face? A call? I wonder if it's someone from Kurain village. What's wrong, Mystic Maya? Oh, nothing. You guys go on ahead and I'll be right there, okay? Okay. Right this way, Miss Fey. Zipper, explain. Let's go look somewhere else now, Mr. Nick. Yeah, okay. This is a little exciting and a little scary. You can say that again. Hallway. March 20th, Gatewater Hotel, hallway. Let's go. I told you! I get people info they want, which means that I've got a right to know. Nope, don't care who you are, pal. We're still investigating, so you can't go in. What's your problem? Just you wait, I'll be all over the morning paper. Scruffy detective secret scandal revealed, you'll see. I'll get you back. Those two sound pretty serious. That southern accent can only mean... Hey, right! Hey, Lotta. Come on, do a gal a favor and tell this cop I'm just doing my job and I've got rights. Ah, you! Ah, Detective Gumshoe. Hey pal, help a guy out. Tell her that only the police are allowed here. This is the scene of a murder, so she should leave this to us pros. A murder? Ah, shoot, me and my big mouth. See, I knew it, my gut instinct told me so. I always trust my gut. A murder, it said, and that's what it is. A genuine murder. Hey, wait. Yeehaw! Murder of a big star, no less! Oh man, I'm in trouble now. What happened? So, Detective Gumshoe, a murder. No, that's not it. I got my facts mixed up for a second there, pal. Mr. Nick? Is the dead person the Nickel Samurai? Why do you ask? Well, Mr. Maya was rooting for him, so... It wasn't the Nickel Samurai that got bumped. Actually, the Nickel Samurai is the one under suspicion of doing the bumping off. That sounds like a very strange innuendo, and I don't want to dig into it more, but that's... What? The guy that died was the hero named the Jammin Ninja, pal. The Jammin Ninja? So the victim was the Jammin Ninja. Mr. Jammin Ninja? He was on a really popular rival TV show to the Nickel Samurai. Oh! The victim was the action star Juan Corrida. He got a huge push and rode the express train to stardom. I mean, even I know who he is. Yeah, even I recognize his face. But I heard lately that Matt Engard's been taking the wind out of his sail. I'm telling you, pal, as far as who's popular, those two are hogging all the limelight. I guess there's no space for Mr. Powers at all, huh? Poor guy. Mr. Engard, That's the Nickel Samurai, right? Yep. I mean, no, you got to say it with more oomph. The Nickel Samurai! Anyway, so now that Juan Corrida's gone, that means Mr. Engard has the whole stage to himself, wouldn't you say? I mean, I guess it's on guard? Whatever. I wouldn't bet on it, pal. We can't have that happen, you know? Can't have that happen? What's that supposed to mean, I wonder? Okay, Lotta Hart. That woman with the big puffy hair that looks like cotton candy? You mean Lotta? That woman, she was there that time too, right? That time? When Mystic Maya did that channeling. Oh, that time. Well, Lotta's a journalist, so that's why she was there. Journalist. They believe in the great mighty journal. It's the people who believe in controllers are controllerists, and those who believe in journal are journalists. Yes. It looks like she was hanging around here before the murder happened. Hanging around? Yeah, hiding in front of the Jammin Ninja's door, pal. Yeah, agree. I think on guard. Yeah. But why would she? She wouldn't tell me, pal. Just said something about getting my big scoop. Scoop? What sort of news could she be after? Okay, do I have... Again, I'm just like trying to figure out where to go and what do I have even these days? Maybe for the sake of argument, let's just show Gumshoe our stuff. See, Badge, would you take a look at this for me? Listen, pal, I'm not leaking any info about the evidence to you this time. If I do, my salary is really gonna get it. And then I won't be able to get those instant noodles down at the discount market. Alright. Alright. So I suppose I need to show some of this to Old Bag, then. Like there's nothing else to do. Do you want this? These eyes of mine are real pros now. Pros? Pros at doing what? At doing police work, of course. My eyes are like a hawk. Instant noodles are life. Apparently. And my professional eye spot a messy incident, a messy, bloody incident. That's why I don't have time for you meddling kids and your petty little things. Alright. I mean, I guess I can still examine some of the places I'm in, but that's about it, though. I think I showed this one, too. Yeah. Okay, anything new? Alright, let's go examine the... I guess. This sure is one luxurious hotel, almost to the point of gaudy with how it blends together everything fancy imaginable. Speaking of fancy, didn't that bellboy give me something like that last year? I don't remember anymore. I remember the bellboy, but he was just like, you know, just not helpful. Not this one, the one in the first game. It's a feast fit for a king. Yeah. It was the first time I ate that food. What was it called again? I think it started with a kiwi? Right. That's right, a kiwi. I don't know what to say, it's a sweet but sour fruit all in one. Poor Pearl's having eaten only vegetables all her life. She's been missing out. I mean, only vegetables does sound a little... I mean, my instinct says it sounds one-sided, but then again, you know, I just might not know, because I eat almost everything. They haven't cleaned up all the food yet. No fruit, yeah. There's a sad feeling hanging in the air now that the party is over. Uh-huh. The award ceremony was just held on that stage. It was really fabulous. It just reminded me of the circus for a second. I wonder if everyone is alright. I heard that very big circus just recently started holding performances again. I'm sure they're all fine, Pearls. Good to know. So, that's called a chandelier, right? Yep. What is that for? What does it do? Well, it's a shander, and then they, you know, it's, yes. Well, it's for lighting up a room, Pearls. Mr. Nick, can I look down now? My neck hurts. Sure. There's a grand set of doors over there. It's the doors Maya followed the bellboy out of. Are we, you know, that's a long phone call. I guess I have to examine this here and see how this goes. It's the stage for the post-ceremony stage show. There was supposed to be a press meeting after the show, but now it looks like no one will hear what the Nickel Samurai had to confess after all. These cameras must belong to the press that came to cover the conference. They're all basically doing the same thing, staring at the empty stage. Seats for the spectators of the post-ceremony show and the press conference, but it's too bad neither event is going to be held now. A lobby with a grand staircase always feels enormous, but right now the only thing filling this enormous room is anxiety about the murder. I really hope nothing else bad happens here. That makes two of us, but I'm a little puzzled of how to progress here. I actually don't have the walkthrough next to me yet. I might have to pull that up again. Oh, maybe, what if... Oh, I haven't shown the profiles yet, though. How about this one? Okay, no. Nope. Luckily, the texts skipping is pretty fast. Okay, and then show all of them to Gumshoe, because that's the only thing that's like gameplay mechanically doable anymore. Like, surely I've talked to... Yeah, I've talked through all these. Yeah. Alright. Wait, hold on. I actually missed that. I was really shocked by what happened to her in that one case. I didn't know she had such an awesome power. Awesome power? I thought maybe I should do some self-improvement and take up a hobby. So I went out and bought some morning glory seeds and planted them, pal. My plant vocabulary is really, really narrow. That's a good way to improve yourself. Ho ho ho, well, it's nothing really. Like, I can... I can sort of try and guess which flower that is, but my vocabulary for, like, flowers is very, very narrow, yeah. Do you know this person? You meet a lot of people as a detective, pal. So we make extra sure to not forget people because of that's our job. Now, having said that, I don't remember ever seeing this person before. Which means that you're kind of forgetful, aren't you, Mr. Detective? That's not what it means. Not exactly, anyway. That's bad. Mooring goes to take over everything. I believe you. I just... They don't, like... Words specific flowers, apart from, roses and daisies and some of that stuff. Apart from those, in media, you don't really come across flower vocabulary, I think. Same thing oftentimes... Well, up until I played some fishing games, specific fish species that, live in lakes, outside of sharks and whatever, right? Outside of the big nature documentary, big exotic or dangerous fish. Normal lake species fish are not a thing that often comes up in media as well. Now I have a bunch of them in here due to some fishing games, but I consume English media and I learn my vocabulary through those. Therefore, some words just don't come up. Medical vocabulary is really good because so many hospital shows check off so many of those boxes, and I can. So there's that, but flowers are just not usually something that comes up in, you watch TV and check out Die Hard or whatever. They don't really mention much of flowers in it. It's a little white one that is vine-like, that blooms mainly in the mornings. Huh. Okay. I wonder if it's super common around here, or... I don't know. That girl is number 3 on my people I've seen a lot of lately list. Oh, then who's number 1? As if you need to ask, it's you, pal. Ah, so who's number 2? Maya Fey, but it looks like she's not around this time. It must be nice to be such good friends with each other, isn't it, Mr. Neck? Somehow I don't think that's the real meaning of Detective Gumshoe's list. I look good. I think I've lost some weight, pal. It's only wishful thinking. Oh, come on! Wishful thinking, huh? In that case, I wishfully think I've lost some weight. I wishfully think he might face the facts one day. That's a little mean. Lately I've been on that instant noodles only diet, pal. That took a direction I wasn't expecting, but I'm not a real fan of action shows or anything, but I know who Juan Corrida and Matt Angard are. You can't talk about one without talking about the other, I guess. They even debuted around the same time, so they have this real fiery rivalry with each other. Cool, I'll check the pic out when I have a chance. Thanks. Kinda like you and me, pal. I never knew he thought of me as a rival. Alright. The Nickel Samurai. He really took the Grand Prix tonight. Maya's a big fan of his. Really? Oh, I'm sorry then. Why are you sorry? Matt Ungard was just arrested, pal. On suspicion of murdering Juan Corrida. What? So now? Hell yeah. Arrested? Why was Mr. Ungard arrested? Well, I mean, maybe he just wanted to find affordable housing. Like, why do you think he was arrested? Sorry, pal, but that's not something Didn't you just tell us, though? You just told us that he's the suspect of the murder, and I said, sorry, I can't tell you the thing I just told you. We just started the investigation, so we don't want any leaks. Looks like yet another Steel Samurai's hero is in hot water. Mr. Nick, if Mystic Maya knew about this... Yeah, I know. She'd make me take this case. I know. Okay. Please, game, do something when I leave here. Whew. Alright. March 20th, Gatewater Hotel lobby. Hey, so what's going on, Mr. Wright? It looks like Juan Corrida has been killed. What? It looks like he was murdered, and the suspect was arrested. That suspect is Mr. Matt Ungard. You're joking, right? Nope, they arrested the Nickel Samurai on suspicion of murdering the Jamin Ninja. Ugh, not again. I feel sick. Again? About a year ago, something like this happened, Pearls. I still can't believe. No way. No way Matt would... What's Mr. Powers got in his hand? Oh, before I forget, this is for you, Mr. Wright. I got this from the bellboy that came by earlier. Radio transceiver. Originally from the bellboy, it can transmit and receive signals over great distances. Cool. For me? But why? I don't know. All he said was it was from Mr. Phoenix Wright, the attorney. Matt is the most energetic and active actor out there right now. The Nickel Samurai really sealed his place as a pop idol, but he kept adding fuel to the fire of his rivalry with Juan anyway. Mr. Juan, he's the jamming ninja, right? Those two would butt heads over everything they could think of. But I'd say that Matt was the one who almost always came out on top. I guess some people only know how to relate to others by butting heads like a ram. Juan said that he'd take Matt on this time too, so he joined a rival TV show. That was the Jamin Ninja, the stylish Nickel Samurai, and the burning Jamming Ninja. Burning? Well, things turned messy real fast with those two, using their shows for their war. And the final tally, look around, it's pretty obvious how things ended up. Matt even won the Grand Prix this year, the final win over his rival, I guess. Press conference. Mr. Ungard was going to hold a press conference, wasn't he? That's what I heard. Though, if you wanted to get technical about it, it was the Nickel Samurai's conference. The Nickel Samurai's? Yeah, he was supposed to wear his costume and give the press conference that way. He was going to be in costume, but why? I'm not sure, they don't keep me in the loop anymore. I was just wondering, where's Mystic Maya? She's been gone a long time. Now that she mentions it, Maya was only going to answer a phone call. Maybe she got lost. I'll take a quick look around for her. Ah! But what is it, Mr. Nick? I'm not sure. It's coming from this transceiver. Yes, hello, right here. Is this Mr. Phoenix Wright, the attorney? And you are? You don't need to know who I am. I think you have other things to be concerning yourself with. Such as... Help, Nick! Mystic Maya! Maya. So, Mr. Wright, wouldn't you agree that the more important issue is the fate of the girl? Her fate? Does he mean that I think he means? Maya, where are you? Are you hurt? Come now. Don't fall apart on me yet. No, this can't be. Now that I have your attention, Mr. Attorney, I have a modest proposal for you. If you do what I require, then I will return to you your valuable item unharmed. What is this called again in your fancy lawyer terms? Kidnapping for ransom? Yes, that's it. This is a kidnapping. Ah, Mystic Maya! My sight, everything's fading away. Maya's been kidnapped. You there, Mr. Attorney? Are you there? How much? How much do you want? Very good, Mr. Attorney. I'm glad you have such a good grasp of the situation. Hurry up and state your condition, and then return Maya. Money is not what I seek. What? What I want is a certain verdict. I would like a complete acquittal. Complete acquittal? What in the world have you done to me? I'm not the person you'll be representing. What? You are currently at the Gatewater Hotel, are you not? And I know that a murder has just taken place there. Juan Corrida was killed, and the suspect is Matt on guard. You are, as suspected, quite on top of things, Mr. Attorney. Now then, what I want is very simple. I want you to obtain a complete acquittal for Matt on guard. Matt on guard, but why? He did not kill anyone, I can attest to that. However, what? However, someone is framing him for the murder. A very smart someone who is setting him up to take the fall. If I agree and do what he wants, can I believe he'll keep his end of the bargain? You are, of course, at liberty to take me at my word or not. However, there is one thing you can take as a fact. Right now, your very precious item is with me in my possession. Help! Nick! Maya! You have 2 days. Of course, tonight he will be in questioning with the police. But the trial is in 2 days. At that trial, you will win a not guilty verdict. Remember, you only have one chance. One chance, Mr. Attorney. One? You expect to get a not guilty in one trial day? Yes, exactly. I don't believe I was wrong in choosing you. So don't let me down. Ah! Oh, yes, that's right. Now that I am playing the role of the kidnapper, I can't pass up this chance to say, and don't even think about calling the cops. Not great, but you get the idea. Damn it, Who the hell are you? Very well, I'll tell you that much. My name is... The Killer. Oh, Maya's not an item, she's a human being, right? She is the most being human in all of humanity. Yes. Mr. Nick, where is Mystic Maya? She's been kidnapped. No. It's all my fault. If only I'd gone with Mystic Maya. It's not your fault, Pearls. But it is, Mystic Maya. Mr. Wright, I think we should tell the police what's going on. No, we can't do that. If we do, who knows what will happen to Maya. Mr. Nick, what about the detective we saw earlier? Detective Gumshoe. Yes, that's it. Wait here, and I'll be right back. Alright, I'll take care of Pearl while you're away. What? Ransom? Shh, not so loud. The ransom is complete acquittal for Matt on guard. Wait, the deal is complete acquittal in exchange for Maya, you mean? Then this means Matt on guard is obviously the killer, pal. No doubt about it. But the guy said that Mr. On guard is innocent. You really believe that what a kidnapper tells you, pal? I guess he has a point. If On guard really is innocent, then why the kidnapping? And on top of everything else, there's all this evidence we keep finding. The forensics team's having a field day back there. But it's strange. There's so much evidence that it feels like something's wrong. There's too much evidence? Is that possible? Actually, didn't the kidnapper say something about In-Guard being set up? Anyway, looks like you won't be leaving here tonight, pal. Just sit tight and cooperate with the investigation. Tomorrow you can start yours. Alright, alright. Isn't there another way? We've also got to be careful about pushing the kidnapper the wrong way. You're right. Alright. Date unknown, time unknown, location unknown. Ow, my head. Where am I? I wonder if I'm still in that hotel. What happened to me? Nick, Pearly? Come on, you guys, this isn't funny anymore. I see you have awoken. It's the Zipper Man! Ah! Who are you? Me? I am known as the Killer. The Killer? You mean like an assassin? I'm too young to die. Don't worry. You are not my target. For now, anyway. Ah! Nick, where are you? Help me. Yes, that's right. Only one person can save you now, and that is Mr. Phoenix Wright. What? Nick? Nick's going to save me? Calm down and be a good girl. Think of this as a business transaction. A business transaction? I'm going to contact him now. I hope you'll cooperate and play your assigned role well. Nick. What's going to happen to me? Nick, Pearly. Sis. Is this Mr. Phoenix Wright, the attorney? You don't need to know who I am. I think you have other things to be concerning yourself with, such as... There we are. March 21st, 8:11 AM, Wright & Co. Law Offices. Good morning! Morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, come on, let's hurry and go see Mr. Ungard. We have to wait a bit, Pearls. Visiting hours don't start until 9 AM, so... Oh, I see. Mystic Maya, if only I had gone with you. Poor Pearls, she's been like this since last night. We managed to get home somehow yesterday evening, thanks to Detective Gumshoe gently holding her by the hand and leading her here. But by the looks of it, I don't think Pearls got any sleep at all last night. Mr. Nick, Mystic Maya, she's alright, right? Yeah, she's alright. Either way, I'm going to save her. You can trust me on that. Please help her. I'm only able to stay this calm and collected because Pearls is doing the crying for the both of us. Let's go. March 21st, 8:57 AM, Detention Center Visitors Room. We couldn't wait for visiting our stars, so Pearls and I came down here early to visit one Nickel Samurai charged with the murder of the Jamin ninja. Poor Pearl, yeah. Good morning. How are you today? I know the situation might be a little tough for you. Oh, sorry, dude. I already signed up. Excuse me? I already have life insurance. I signed up a long time ago because my job is, you know... Oh, no. We're not insurance salespeople. Really? Dude, I really don't need that right now either. What? Fire extinguishers. I mean, this building isn't my house, so... No. We're not here to sell you fire extinguishers either. I'm a lawyer. My name is Phoenix Wright. A lawyer? Hold on a second. I'm gonna ask my manager, okay? The Nickel Samurai sure is a strange person, isn't he? Life insurance, though in jail he might one-up his policy. Yeah, who knows, man. I think strange is an understatement. Sorry about that. You're just in time. You're a lawyer, dude, right? My manager's looking for a good one right now, so how about it? Mr. Nick, this is our chance. I have to make him let me take his case. I have to. Sorry to intrude, but I would like to ask you a few personal questions. That's okay, but dude, my autobiography is coming out soon, so... I say stuff without the publisher's approval, then I'm gonna be in real hot water. Hold on a sec, I'm going to ask my publisher, okay? Mr. Rungard is so lucky, he has so many people he can talk to. I don't know if he actually has anyone he can really talk to. Sorry about that. Like I thought, the publisher said it'd be real bad if I said anything, dude. Does he have a mind of his own? Mr. Rungard, I would like to ask you about the murder. Oh, are you covering this for a tabloid as a side job, dude? Well, if you want my statement on this, you should ask through my staff. No, I'm not asking on behalf of a tabloid. Hold on a sec. I'm gonna ask the president of the studio, okay? Is he alright, Mr. Nick? If we're talking about Mr. Ungard's brain here, I wouldn't put money on it. Sorry about that. The studio president said, even Neo Mount Fuji itself knows that I'm not the murderer. But, Mr. Nick, what's Neo Mount Fuji? It's a mountain in the city of Neo Old Tokyo, the city the Nickel Samurai protects. Right, we're gonna have our hands full with this one. Attorney's badge? Mr. Ungard, this is an attorney's badge. Dude, I'm sorry, but I don't have the free time to be looking at things like that. I'm much too busy with Nickel Samurai stuff right now. You're in jail for murder. Just wake up, my dude. Come on. I don't have time to take the lawyer's correspondence course. Why does it believe I'm a salesman? Insurance, then extinguishers, now this. Mr. Nick, what are you going to do with that? I don't know yet, but I figured I could at least show it to him. Is that a transceiver? Hey, it looks like a real nice one, too. A guy that's a present from someone. Interesting. I've also been instructed to take your case. Is that what you heard from the transceiver? Yes. Dude, that's terrible. Don't let some disembodied voice boss you around. He's gonna be patient. Oh yeah. This coming from a man with a cell phone on his wrist. Boy. Stuff. Dude, I know like I could throw my money around, but it's not like I buy anything and everything. That's nice because it's not up for sale anyway. Anyway. What's that? It's a ticket for the press conference. You were going to give one after winning the Grand Prix, right? Me? Yes, well, you were in costume, no less. I never heard anything like that, dude. I only heard about the stage show. I always leave that kind of stuff to my manager. He didn't know. That's odd. Well, dude, I think it's about time for me to get going. Please wait. I really need to take your case. There's always other people in need for a lawyer, right? I want me to introduce you to a few? Please let Mr. Nick represent you. I think I nailed it and I'm perfect. Yes, that... Man, oh man, lawyers these days. Now you dudes use kids to pull in clients too. I couldn't find a nanny for pearls, or I think. If you don't take me as your lawyer, then the killer is gonna... Wait, what did you just say? The killer. The killer? What's he doing? He looks like he's mulling something over. Alright, dude. I accept your terms. I'll let you represent me in court. We did it, Mr. Nick. Yeah. I don't feel any better for it, and he doesn't look too happy either. Go ahead, ask me anything. I'll help out as much as I can. Okie dokie. Man, I thank my lucky stars that people know my name. Well, you're quite the hero and you're in the national spotlight. I didn't know who he is. Does that mean I'm not a good citizen? It's really great to be the Nickel Samurai. Dude, lately I just keep on getting more and more popular. True enough. The Nickel Samurai is very popular among high schoolers and secretaries right now. Secretaries? Is that like a demographic for... How does that work? Oh, I guess Mr. Ungard has a way of catching the eyes of women. Isn't secretary like a unisex profession? Like it's men and women, right? Do you know my motto? Refreshing like a spring breeze, that's what I am. Yeah, I have no idea what they're on about. I'm so confused. A spring breeze? That's why this kind of scandal is disastrous, dude. I mean, even if I get out of here tomorrow, it's still gonna look bad. But everyone loves a good scandal. Yes, it is, though back in the day it was just women. Ah, okay. Can you tell me about your activities last night? After I got the award, I took a break and went back to my room. I had that post-ceremony stage show to do, so I was in my Nickel Samurai costume. And you were alone the entire time? My manager was running around being busy, so yeah. You need the manager's help to get out of the suit? What? Because the press conference you were supposed to hold after the show? I told you, dude. I have no idea about any press conference, right? That's strange. I thought the Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. Anyway, when I was leaving my room, that's when I noticed it was kinda noisy. Mr. Kurita was already dead at that time. Yeah, that's what I gathered anyway from my manager. I'm beginning to gather that this guy can't do a thing on his own. And that's when the detective in the green coat showed up. He searched me, and then, out of the blue, the dude arrested me. About you and the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida, what sort of... That's got nothing to do with anything, dude. Man, with that face of his, you can't even tell he's the same age as me. He does look older than what the age is here, but okie dokie, yeah. And he wanted to try to make a Jamin Ninja movie, even though we all know it would fail. Yeah, like I'm really bad at guessing anyone's age or anything, but that looks like he's in his like mid-40s or something. Like that's what I'm gathering from this. 21, wow. Like, I'm always terrible at guessing anything's age ever, but that is weird. Like, whoa. Yeah, I took the Grand Prix by storm. So why would I, the winner, have any reason to kill the guy anyway? Dude, you'd think it'd be the other way around, you know? The charge of murder. Do you know why you were arrested? I guess maybe my full body search went badly. Did they find something on you? They found a button from the Jamin Ninja's costume. A button? I don't get it either. It was caught in the pleats of my samurai pants or hakama. Ah! Dude, I really think someone planted it there though. I'm serious. I wonder if that's what really happened. I guess this is about all I'm going to get out of him. Mr. Nick? Yeah? Let's ask one last thing. Let's test Mr. Ungard to see if he really is innocent or not. Arrested over a button. I mean, honestly, how sometimes Ace Attorney arrests go, like, people more often than not get arrested based on the notion that the, like, suspect's name was written in the victim's blood. That's obviously a framework, like a frame-up. Like, alibi or not, whatever, we're arrested. Like, what? And considering how the justice system is stacked so hard against the suspect, like, you're essentially guilty until proven innocent, it's pretty bad. We can do that? Yes. If you use this, Maya's Magatama, you won't be able to hide any secrets from you, mister. Yes, they can! We've been over this so many times! they've lied up and down their ass the entire game with the Magatama in hand. And then at the just opportune moment when the game feels like it, then it says, oh, well, that's clearly either a lie or a truth because Magatama... Like, that is such nonsense. Nonsense, I tell you. Like, come on now. I'm sure of it. I get it. It's a lie. Mr. Ungard, I'd like to ask you one more question. Please answer me honestly. What is it, dude? Did you kill Mr. Juan Corrida? Please put the phone away and answer this question yourself. Alright, just so we're clear. Dude. I didn't kill anyone, and that includes Juan Corrida, okay? Well, Mr. Nick. Nothing. Not a chain or lock in sight. Which means it's alright to trust him. Yeah, it does appear that way. I'm telling you, they lie all the time, and Magatama says nothing. So it's... Well, at least I can breathe at the sigh of relief knowing my client is innocent. I mean... The trial's tomorrow, right? I'm counting on you, dude. Cool. Whoa, to be continued. Alrighty. Excellent. March 21st, 11:33 AM, Wright & Co. Law Offices. Well, at least we're able to get Mr. Mattengard as our client, and we know that he didn't do it, which is very important. So now what should we do? Well, the trial is tomorrow, and we want to get this one chance. There's only one way to prove Mr. Ungard's innocence. Yeah, like I got it, like because like moving the cam up and down per like sitting position would be laborious and not super helpful, I think. We have to find the real killer. Okay, then let's start looking. Okie dokie. Lobby? March 21st, Gatewater Hotel lobby. Hey, what do you think you're doing? You can't come in here without... Good morning. Hold on, it's you! What is going on around here? I heard poor Juan was killed, is that true? It's a bad rerun is what this is. Another Steel Samurai doing the most evil of deeds. You know, that's not entirely... I'll have you know that I was a huge fan of Juan's. Why, oh why do all these stars I'm interested in drop one by one like flies? It's always been that way, ever since I was... Actually, I wanted to ask you about the murder and what happened. Don't push me, boy. Mr. Neck? I couldn't hear everything she said because she was talking too fast. Miss Oldback, could you please speak a little slower? Don't boss me around, you spiky-haired smarty pants. Oh boy. The victim. My dear Hammer died a year ago in that dreadful murder. And now, only recently did I finally find a star that makes this heart go ba-dump again. I don't know what to say. I ask you, why does every star I cheer for always ends up kicking the bucket? I'd watch your words, no one's gonna get away with saying anything bad about my Juan. Glad we aren't the only one who can't understand her, yeah. But I haven't said anything. Well, I don't believe a word that woman says anyway. What woman? That irritating backwater girl with the afro and the horrible country accent. I mean, what is that manner of speaking supposed to be, and why does she never stop? Honestly, women these days, they don't know the meaning of the word modesty. When I was a young maiden, Pearls, are you thirsty? A little. Okay, I'll go get you some juice or something. Thank you very much. Are you paying attention, young uns, today? So I'm guessing Miss Oldbag heard everything from Lotta. Alright, what happened? I want to ask you about what happened around the time of the murder. Ah, I don't know anything about that. I was here getting ready. Getting ready for what? The show, of course. Well, and the press conference afterwards. Cue mysterious music for the magical press conference. Anyway, I don't know anything about the murder. Ah, I see. But if you're talking about what I saw, that's different. I saw it very clearly. What? I saw the most important moment of that night. Alright, here we go. Fingers crossed that the most important moment? You don't mean... Oh, so now you treat me with respect, you disrespectful child. When you speak to your elders, you should always be polite. Really, kids today. Please tell me, what did you see? The murder last night was gruesome, wasn't it? But then, what murder isn't? Please don't stray onto another tangent. Please. You want to hear more? Then show your respect and bring this lady a present. Take that! So many locks, I know. What you witnessed. Alright, I'll be honest with you for now. Then please, tell us what you saw. But aw, what a waste. And here I have a perfectly good chance to have a little fun at your young expense. I am a little devil after all. Doesn't that imply you aren't a good person? Alright, I'll give you what you want. Okay, but so I probably don't have anything because the Nickel Samurai isn't the one she was a fan of. Later. Yeah, that's okay. Alright. March 21st, Gatewater Hotel, Viola Hall. Looks like the investigation is still in full swing. The hotel staff and the police are running around like a bunch of headless chickens. I wonder if we can do any investigating of our own in this kind of atmosphere. Well, got to roll up the sleeves and try, I guess. Question. Yeah, they reset all of these, so it's kind of like... They probably add a tiny bit of text in the end, but I'll try to focus on stuff we haven't seen before. Let's do it that way. March 21st, Gatewater Hotel, hallway. Hey, you're here. Been waiting for you, Mr. Lawyer. Lotta. Hey, Mr. Copfella, the thief showed his face. What? Arrest him, put him on trial, find him guilty, give him the death penalty. What's wrong, Lotta? Are you feeling alright? Looked here and there and up and down the mountain, but it ain't here. So why don't you just hurry up and give it back to me, you creep? What are you looking for? My camera! Camera! It's my lifeblood. I'm gonna die without my $700 camera. Your camera? Look, don't lots of people say the criminals always goes back to the scene of the crime? And looky, here you are. Yep, here I am, faced with a lot of trouble. Alright, camera. So you lost your camera. It ain't no ordinary camera, you buy it in a store and it's 1600 brand new. But didn't you just say you bought it for 700? I had a nice long talk with the guy at the store, about 5 hours I reckon. I made this itty-bitty scratch on it and the manager got all huffed up in the face. He gave me his talking to and was real mean about it too, he done made me cry at that. When did you lose your camera? Last night, after the murder happened. Must have been when I was busy running around looking into things. That's when I lost sight of my dear, darling, expensive sweetie. 5 hours? Yeah, I can imagine. Lotta, what did you capture with that expensive camera of yours? I don't rightly know. I snapped a shot of anything that caught my eye. So I don't remember, and besides I couldn't get anything for my big scoop. I wonder if Lotta's missing camera is even connected to the murder. A very expensive item valued at 1600. It was stolen around the time of the murder. What happened? Lotta, please tell me what you know about what happened at the time of the murder. Well, from before the ceremony last night, I was hanging around here in this area. Yeah, actually I was here until around the time Mr. Ungard was arrested. What were you doing here? You sure went to school, city boy. Wherever Lotta Hart goes, there's a story to be found, a big scoop to be had. Big scoop? I told you before, I'm gonna be the best tabloid photographer in the world's ever seen. Reckon, of course, that means I'm always looking for the perfect shot. I wonder what scoop she was after this time. Although, I was also on the lookout for the other stars that were here, so maybe I wasn't here the entire time. Alright, big scoop. Lotta, are you sure you weren't here the entire time? So you could take a picture for your big scoop. Well, maybe I was, but that's what real journalists do. I got some juicy inside info, so I thought to myself, why not get a picture for proof? What kind of story was it that you would hang around here? Oops, sorry, Mr. Lawyer, can't be telling you that. Trade secrets, you know? So, there's a couple of different things. Oftentimes, the Magatama has been mentioned as the lie detector, which it's not. Secondly, usually these locks appear when someone doesn't want to tell you something, which is a different thing than lying, like specifically speaking. It's more like, I will not reveal my secrets. That's when those appear, right? So it's not again. Why does everyone have something to hide? We've been stopped, haven't we? Haha, yeah, take that, Mr. Lawyer. I'm glad someone around here is happy. Miss Lotta and your I rule smile. Okay, I'll do a quick check of the surrounding area. Oh, I can just go. Really? Almost like someone mixed up lying and keeping a secret. Yeah. Hold on. Let's... I can just go. I can just go. See, notoriously in police investigations, the next morning after the murder, you can just go in. It's fine. Cool, because I'm assuming this is the crime scene, right? Because Kurita's dead, so... And Gumshoe was preventing our entrance yesterday, so... Mr. Nick, where are we? We're in Mr. Juan Corrida's room, Pearls. Mr. Corrida? The victim. Which makes this the crime scene, too. Right? Like, no biggie that you're just stomping off. Yeah. And in the previous, like, there's plenty of, you know, meme videos or parody videos and memes about how, you know, Phoenix Wright just like, we totally didn't tamper with the evidence at all. We just, here's the evidence, here's the crime scene before we came in, and then here's everything after, and just like everything's taken away, right down to like the wallpapers and windows and mattresses and everything is in Phoenix's pocket, and we didn't touch anything. It's fine. Oh, it's you. So what happened to Kidnapper? Has he contacted you again? Not yet. He probably won't until we win Mr. Ongard's acquittal. You doing okay, pal? Hanging in there? I just want Maya to be alright. We don't have a lot of time left, but I'm gonna help you as much as I can, pal. Can you do that, even if we want to look around the crime scene? Just this once. Special circumstances, right, pal? I'll even tell you everything I know, but you've gotta keep quiet. We've been in every crime scene the first day or second day anyway, but that's fine. It's my neck on the line here. Thank you. Oh, that's right. I got you guys a map of the hotel, pal. Here you go, little missy. Wow, you're giving it to me? Thank you. Haha, wouldn't want you to get lost in a hotel too big for its own good. Mr. Nick, I got a map. That's great, Pearls. But Mr. Nick, I can't read what it says. Map of the Gatewater Hotel around the crime scene. Alrighty. It's a suitcase. There are so many things in it that I bet it barely closes. There's clothes, a dryer, an electric shaver, a calculator. Do all stars pack too much stuff like Mr. Corrida? I don't know any personally, but maybe. Wow, there are a lot of bears. Alarm clock ones, collector's edition, stuffed teddies, plastic models. It's pretty overwhelming. Is there a kind of bear he doesn't have? There's even a few in the trash can. Yeah, I get the feeling maybe the guy didn't really like bears. Poor teddies. It's hard to bear with all these problems. Grrr. Aha, aha, aha. I don't think I want to bear with the trauma the last case caused me. That makes two of us. What's wrong, Mr. Nick? Yeah, that clown is gonna be in our nightmares for years to come. No clues here. There are all sorts of things in this refrigerator. The carrot juice bottle and the tomato juice bottle are both empty. Empty? It's too much of a hassle to throw them away, I guess. They're all vegetable juices. I guess he must have been a real health nut. Oh, there's a beet. Some ketchup and a bottle of strawberry jam, too. Maybe red was his favorite color? So that he eats... again, quirky people, who knows. It's so messy here. Pearls really likes things neat and tidy, I take it. There are a lot of electronic things in here that I've never seen before. Hey, Mr. Nick, tell me what they are, pretty please? Okay, that over there is a watch. You wear it on your wrist. I know what a watch is. Oops. For a second there, I forgot I was talking with Pearls, not Maya. Oh, come on! Ah! Alright. I think that's everything. Yep, seems like. Okay. Cause of death. Do you know what was the cause of death? Well, technically the final autopsy report isn't out yet, but one look at the victim should tell you, pal. It should? Yeah, here's a picture. Knife in his chest. That doesn't strike me as lethal, though. Like, it's on the right side pretty high. Like, that's gonna hurt, but... You know... Like, I think even the major arteries are much more to the center. I mean, we are all about keeping eyes open for the details. That doesn't strike me as a lethal blow, not even close. Like, depending on how big the knife is, I'm not sure that even reaches the lungs. No. And even the lungs might be ever so... Yeah, pal, that's a murder weapon. So he was stabbed to death. They're looking at the fingerprints down at the lab right now. There were fingerprints on the knife. Yep. And it looks like they're pretty sure they're Mr. Onguard's prints, pal. That's bad, real bad. Photo of Juan Corrida's murder scene. But yeah, Reason for arrest. Why was Mr. Onguard arrested? Because we had evidence on him. Evidence? It looks like the victim, Juan Corrida, really put up a big fight. Yeah, one look at the crime scene and you can tell. Oh, I didn't realize I could move. There's signs of a struggle everywhere. I mean, well, yeah, during the fight, his button came off. Mr. Onguard said something about a button. Something like one of the Jamin Ninja's buttons got caught in this hakama. But that's not all. What? There was a witness, pal. There's always a witness and there's always lying. Come on. Who is it? She's always lying. Let's throw old bag in the trash can and just start over, okay? That's not a witness. That is a lying liar that lies like a liar. Yes. Please, anyone but her. The prosecution has plenty of evidence to make a solid case. Not to mention, there's something around where the Vic was... That's a little off. Something around where the Vic... It might be something about where the Vic was that's a little off. That's it. Something that's a little off, as in that's for you to figure out, pal. I thought you were gonna help me. Alright, let's try to figure it out, Mr. Nick. Okay, hold on. There we go. Examine away, let's go. So that's a bed, right? Yep, it's big, but it's a bed. Ah, Mr. Nick, it's so soft. Like, in any detective game, examining the crime scene is like my favorite part. It builds the world and the event and stuff. It's all the best things all in one. Big bets must be a rarity for her. Ooh, it's an old TV though. This is a... I mean, I think this game came out in... 2002, 3? First time, I think. I mean, yeah. Big TVs were still a thing. Like the CR, you know, not flat. It looks like Mr. Kurita had dinner last night. This bottle, it's tomato juice. We had a lot of food at the award show last night, but I wonder if the stars had gone on stage after only eating a meager meal like this. Bottles of cosmetics are scattered all over the floor. This is probably where Mr. Kurita fought his assailant. What are these bits of glass from? A flower vase, maybe? There are flowers on the floor, but I don't know what they are. Maybe they're... Aito Elaman Lanka. Like, god, like... Flowers. You don't know much about flowers, do you? I don't know anything about flowers either, it's fine. They have colors and they smell. That's all we need, right? This is a guitar case, I guess. A little beat up, but still usable. That's strange. The guitar is not here. Maybe he forgot to bring it to the show? He wasn't carrying the guitar in the whatever Grand Prix final doobly-doo. But Mystic Maya, she said the bright red guitar was Jammin' Ninja's signature item. Yes, but it wasn't in the show, right? That's true. This guitar case is wet, but it's only wet on the top of the lid. Yeah, there's no water inside the case. This is water, isn't it? Found next to the victim, empty, there's some water, but only on top of the lid. It's a beautiful wine glass and there's tomato juice in it. Ew, tomato juice. I don't really like it much. There's a bottle of it on the table over there. That's probably where this came from. But doesn't it seem weird? What seems weird? I mean, everything else is scattered over the floor. She's right. The flower vase was broken and the makeup is strewn everywhere. Why is this glass the only thing that's still alright? Maybe the killer didn't want to waste food. Or drink. I think that's everything. Alright, so let's start presenting this stuff. So about this wine glass. Ah, so you noticed it, pal. The whole crime scene was a mess, but this glass was the only thing that was untouched. Notice that too, Detective Gumshoe? No, actually Miss Von Karma noticed it first. Yeah, Pearl noticed it before me too. Hey, wait a minute. So, does that mean Miss Von Karma's here at the hotel? Yeah, she's around. Man, you're going to be in so much trouble, pal. Especially if she catches you in here. Well, you can bet the instant I see her, I'll be running the 1,000-meter dash. What's that beeping noise, Mr. Nick? I've heard this sound somewhere before. It's Miss Von Karma. For some reason, whenever I hear that sound, she pops up out of nowhere and whips me. Come to think of it, that's exactly what happened the last time. Sorry, I gotta make myself scarce. Later, pal. Ow! At last, you reveal your true nature. Mr. Phoenix Wright. Would it be too much to ask for you to be nice for me for a change? So you're the type to steal information from pitifully hopeless detectives. That's very dishonorable of you. Ow. Hey, don't you dare run away, scruffy back trenchcoat. I didn't think the detectives of this country could be this pitiful. Detective, come over here for a second. Right. That's a day at the office for Gumshoe. That's for sure. Damn. I feel better knowing at least you were man enough to face your punishment. He was so scared he just froze up on the spot. Mr. Phoenix Wright, you have soiled my perfect prosecution record. I'll never forget that. This time, victory is mine. Victory is yours? Is that all this means to you? What? Come, Scruffy, the investigation and briefing is about to begin. Yes, sir. This isn't over yet. I swear on my family's honor. You don't have any! Your family is about people who... Well, your dad is a murderer who got innocent people convicted by falsifying, stealing, hiding, creating out of thin air evidence. That's what he did. There's no family honor, my lady. Just... Oh, what did she throw at me now? What is this? Well, I guess this means I've got to get back to the precinct now, pal. If you ever need me, come down to the Criminal Affairs Department, alright? And if you can, try not to let Miss Von Karma see you. Alright, what is it? Wait, she... Oh, this. Mr. Nick, what's this piece of paper? Jean, to my dearest Wendy. It's called an autograph. Autograph? The paper's got Mr. Corrida's name written on it, so it's his autograph. I can't read it at all. To be honest, I've never seen writing that looks like this. It's a special way of writing called cursive. Look here, see how it says, to my dearest Wendy, in more normal letters here? This sloppy, unreadable writing, it's crazy and cruel to give this to someone. I agree. I'm totally on board with Pearl here. Oh boy. Hold on. Wendy, I've heard that name somewhere before. It's old bag. Why did Francisca have this? I'm confused. And why did she throw it at me? I'm even more confused. Like, here, as I am whipping my subordinate and going to the police station with him to have a briefing, here, let me throw this autograph picture of the victim that has Old Bag's name on it. What? Alright, cool. Cool. Lovely. Alright, so I know what to do with that, but I want to check Unguard's room before I go to Wendy. March 21st, Gatewater Hotel, Unguard's hotel room. Where are we? We're in Mr. Matt Unguard's dressing room. This is our client's room. May I help you with something? You're Mr. Unguard's lawyer, correct? I gathered as much. I also looked for lawyers on my end, but to no avail. No avail. How did you know I'm his lawyer? You were just saying that he is your client. In a situation like this, the only person who would use such a word would be his lawyer. Wow! It's a simple deduction, really. The trial is tomorrow, and Mr. Unguard's situation is looking rather grim. So you come here, one stop in your mad dash, to find clues to build this case, correct? Well, you're not totally right, but you're not totally off either. It's really not the time to be showing off, Mr. Nick. I am Adrian Andrews. I hate to waste time, so let's get down to business. Alright. She may be of small stature, but appearances can be deceiving. Rightio. Give us a minute, I'll just... That's the bedroom over there. That's a bed? Wow, they have really big beds here. Cool. There's some samurai-looking clothes in the sofa here. I think that jacket-looking thing is called a happy. Or a hoppy? Called a hoppy. Alright, you learn something new every day, huh? Whatever it is, I'm sure something like that would make a great souvenir. Maya would be absolutely thrilled. It's probably Mr. Unguard's suitcase. For someone who was only going to be here for the award show, this is a lot of stuff. Looks like he has about 3 days worth of clothes in here. Stars really are different from us, aren't they? Looks like dishes left over from dinner, a dinner for 2 at that. I'm sure they're Mr. Unguard and his Miss Andrews' plates. Looks like they had T-bone steaks. What's with Global Studios and T-bone steaks? Steaks are fine. I have some in the freezer. There's a giant bone sitting on the plate. I don't really like meat. Meat is fine, Pearls. Plus, you haven't eaten any meat yet. Like, you have only eaten vegetables or something. How do you... well, I mean... I'm wondering if she said only vegetables, or if I said only... Or if Phoenix said only vegetables. Anyway. Meat is fine. There's something weird about this plate. Wish I could put my finger on what it is. Well, put a finger and and there we are. Well, there's no knife, that's for one. Which might be the knife that's in Corrida in the other room. Like, it looked like a very basic, you know, eating knife, you know? I think that's everything. Alright. Let's go, night of the murder. I assume the first thing you need to know is what everyone was doing that night, correct? Yes, that's correct. Then I will tell you. Before the award ceremony, I had dinner with Mr. Unguard. In this very room, I might add. Dinner? What did you eat? I told you, I hate to waste time with trifling details. If you took a look at the table yourself, you wouldn't need to ask me. I did! I bet she's a lot of fun at parties. I mean, you just never know. You give a person a couple of drinks and they just switch on a different gear. You just never know, I'm telling you. When the award show was starting, I headed for Viola Hall. And after the show ended, you came back to this room. No, I had some small errands to run. I helped with the preparations in the lobby. Oh, preparations for the post-ceremony show, I guess? When it was time for the post-ceremony show, I came back to call for Mr. Unguard. After that, I went to visit Mr. Corrida. And that's when you found his body, isn't it? You really held strong through everything. Yeah, she does seem to be mentally tough as nails. Relation to Unguard. So about you and... Stop right there. You aren't seriously about to ask how Mr. Unguard and I are related, are you? Sorry. I have no idea how he could choose you as his lawyer. And I have no idea how you could choose such a word. Why did she have to go and say something like that? Mr. Nick, calm down and hang in there. I'll give you a shoulder rub to relieve your stress later, alright? I already gave you my name earlier, but I'll add that I'm Mr. Unguard's manager. His manager. Speaking of managers, did the victim, Mr. Corrida, have one? No, he did not. He didn't? Global Studios has a very different policy from Worldwide Studios, in that Worldwide Studios does not assign individual managers to their stars. I see. This industry is very ruthless and unforgiving. Actually, you look quite ruthless and unforgiving yourself to your poor partner. Dragging a little girl like her to places like this, honestly. You're wrong. I'm doing this to help Mystic Maya. Girls, calm down and hang in there. I'll buy you a juice later, alright? Hmm? Okay, I'm wondering if... crime photo? I'd like to ask about this. I told you, I hate trifling matters. It's a waste of time to show me things that are of no relevance to me. This is the thing you saw when you went to the room, come on. Wow, this is the first time I've been shut down this badly. Is it, though? I mean, I've had some very stark characters in this. I don't know, man. This is... I don't... Alright, so... You were the one taking care of the arrangements for this press conference, right? Yes, that's right. But Mr. Ongard said he didn't know about... Yes, I wanted to know about this thing. Is that what he said? Huh? Actually, I didn't know all the details either. It was a request from the publicity department. All I did was help out and do what I was asked. Oh, I see. I wonder about that. I wouldn't take her to be the type of person to do something without knowing the details. Uh-huh. I hate talking about myself, sorry. Take away that layer of sarcasm and she really does seem to hate herself. Oh, really? It's a trifling matter, that's why. Oh, this is one of the few times the game actually mentions where we are. Come to America to defeat me in court. It's almost always just this country. Like Franziska earlier when with Gumshoe said detectives of this country. So that's one of the very few times it says America in anything. I asked to become Mr. Ongard's manager. He's a pleasure to manage with his nice disposition. Mr. Ongard does seem like a rather weak-willed man, always doing as he's told. He's always saying, my manager, right, Nick? Did you know the victim, Mr. Corrida? Yes, I knew him. The world is such a small place, after all. Did you know about his rivalry with the Nickel Samurai? Honestly, they were like children when it came to that. Time and time again, those two competed with each other over the most trivial things. If either one of them wasn't so stubborn, then maybe no one would have needed to die. I've got a hunch that this woman knows more than she's letting on. She must know why Juan Corrida was killed. He's a very nice man, a man with a good heart. But that's all he is and will ever be. What a horrible thing to say. Society doesn't care about genuinely nice people, Mr. Right? For a second her face twisted in pain. I wonder if something happened to Miss Andrews. And the first part of that was, that's Mr. Will Powers, he's an actor contracted with Global Studios. There we are. Alright. So now, I think my next move is go back to Old Bag. I don't want to, but I have an item that she would surely want. The autograph. Viola Hole Mushroom... Oh, Mr. Wright, how are you? Ah, Mr. Powers, have you been here the entire time? Yeah, people connected to the murder aren't allowed to go home, let alone leave. What do you mean connected to the murder? The Nickel Samurai. Can you tell me a little more about the Nickel Samurai TV show? Okay. The Nickel Samurai is an action hero program aimed towards kids. It's the sequel to the Steel Samurai. I see. This time there are 3 samurai brothers, Aluminium Samurai, Tin Samurai, and of course the Nickel Samurai. It's love... Why? Love Y in Neo Old... Oh, right, right. I see. Wait, a love what? A love Y. This girl, Sayo, works at a tea shop and all 3 guys fall for her at the same time. For a hot second I thought it was just like a Y, just of like brotherly love that created Y. Nope, nah, fine. I thought I had it, but then I didn't again. Oh, I guess the Y shape is like 3 brothers colliding over this one girl. Anyway, Sayo is actually the daughter of the evil Strawberry Clan's leader. That is a name with a lot of evil panache, yes. Sounds like an unusual situation, like Romeo and Juliet times 3. Yeah. Strange thing is, this sort of forbidden love story is really big with the office ladies. Yes, Pearl? What happens next? I want to know. Miss Sayo, does Miss Sayo fall in love? She does, doesn't she? Every Sunday at 8 AM. I'm going to stop watching Kids Masterpiece Theater starting this week. I can't believe she's really considering it. Jammin' Ninja. So what's the Jammin' Ninja TV show like? It started from a remake of an old movie, to tell you the truth. The Jammin' Ninja, like the samurai shows, is geared towards kids. It's the story of a ninja who can't scale a wall, but became a big pop star anyway. That sentence raises questions. So, are you implying that to be a big pop star, you need to scale walls? Clank, hi, welcome. We are solving a thing. Yes. And also Maya's kidnapped, so that's bad. But hey, welcome. I hope you've had an excellent day. We are having a jam with the music here. It seems. What? He was a really lousy ninja. Absolutely couldn't do any ninja things right at all. When is Maya not kidnapped? I mean, I think this is the only... Hi, Clank. I mean, I don't think he's been kidnapped before. Well. She was sort of transported in a box for a little bit in case 2, but this is different. Like, she's kidnapped, and the kidnapper is threatening to kill her unless we get a not guilty for the murder suspect. That's the thing. But boy, could he sing. With his trusty bright red guitar in hand, he took the ancient world by storm. Again, ancient world with a modern guitar. A ninja with a bright red guitar. And then the final fight in front of his beloved princess Misola. What if we murdered the kidnapper? We don't know where they are. But the kidnapper does have a zipper in the middle of his face. Like Spawn, I don't know why. Jamming versus the Muromachi 5. Suddenly, our brave hero catches a not-so-jammin' cold the night before Battle 3. Oh, that's too bad for him. Yeah. But this kind of pop music-based love story is something high school girls really like. Yes, Pearl? What happens next? I want to know. Jammin' the Jammin' Ninja, will he be able to sing? What about Princess Misola? Every Sunday at 8 AM. Which show should I watch? I can't believe she's really considering it. Alright. Do you want to see anything? Sorry, thanks for taking the time to take it out and show it to me. But I'm really sorry, I don't know a thing about it. Yeah, I don't think he would, but I just want to cover my bases here. That guitar case, that was Juan's. I'm guessing you've seen this case before. It's pretty famous by now. It stands out because it holds the bright red guitar. The bright red guitar, the Jamming Ninja's signature item. But if the guitar is so important, how could he forget it for the award ceremony? That does seem a little strange. You don't want to see a crime photo, come on. Hasn't seen the camera. I can't believe it, a kidnapping. Do you remember what the person looked like who gave this to you? It was that bellboy, and I didn't suspect a thing because he looked like such a normal old man with a zipper in front of face. Come on. Powers, come on. Old man, huh? They called this so suddenly that something about it just seems off, you know? You mean the press conference? Yeah, he said, there's something I'd like to confess if I win. I heard he faxed his request for a conference into the office only yesterday. I don't know many old men who look like that. Yeah, I haven't met one either. Like, maybe like a zipper across the face is just common. I just haven't seen too many people then. I don't know. I landed on this planet only a few years ago. You see, you just don't know this stuff. Yesterday, yeah, that's kind of a sudden. But I guess his manager set everything up somehow, so he was lucky. Nice manager. Nothing. I really owe you one. If it wasn't for you guys, I don't know what would have happened. What you did, it was a real tight spot I was in, and you fought so hard to get me out. I don't care what happens, I'll never forget everything you've done for me. Right. Old bag. Hello, old bag. Let's... take that! Let's go. Have we met his manager? Powers' manager? No. Does he have one? I didn't catch. And Juan didn't have one. Only Ungard has a personal manager, I think. That's what. Alright, I'll be honest with you for now. Please tell me what you saw. But what a waste. Alright, we've seen this. Devil, boopity boo. I'll give you what you want. So, take this. That's Juan's autograph. Yes, it is. And it even says "To my dearest Wendy" on it. That's me, right? My name is Wendy Oldbag, so that's Wendy has to be me, right? Well, it may say Wendy, but somehow I don't think Juan had this Wendy in mind when he signed it. Oh, please give it to me. Let me have it, please. I can't let you have it just like that. Yes, I know. Then how about an exchange? Wow, she must really want this autograph. Your offer, my offer isn't good enough for you? Fine, Mr. Right, you win. Wendy Oldbag here to open up her heart. All of my dearest Juan. Imagine having the last name Oldbag in high school, yeah. Autograph given to Wendy, dearest. Alright. What you witnessed. I feel bad for you now. I tell you, I saw him that night. I saw him coming out of Juan's room. You're kidding. Oh no! It was about 10 minutes before Juan's body was discovered. It was just a coincidence. I was on my way to the toilet minding my own business. And did you tell that to the police? Well, of course, I thought I could get a gift certificate or two out of it, maybe more. Gift certificate? I've been recruited again for that part in the trial, you know, the trial tomorrow. This time you're gonna get it. I'm gonna work hard to get your client pronounced guilty. But Mr. Ongard hasn't done anything bad. I don't care about details like that. I know he did my dear poor Juan in, I just do. That yellow-bellied chicken. A yellow-bellied chicken? I wonder what that would look like. I trust my senses. I know when someone did something bad, and I say he did it. What did Mr. Ongard ever do to her to deserve this? Ongard's path. What did Mr. Ongard do to you to make you so... You don't know? That guy, he framed my Juan. He created that scandal that plagued poor Juan. Mr. Nick! What is it? What's a scandal? Well, it's just like Scandinavia, but a little bit more dull. It's fine. Oh, I'll tell you about that after we get home, okay? Poor Juan, led astray by the wiles of that vile temptress. Mr. Nick, what do vials and vile temptress mean? How about we just listen to what Miss Oldback has to say for now, okay, Pearls? The Scandinavia has lots of scandals. Oh, sure. We just never get a day's rest from all for all the ups and downs of the reindeer affairs and everything. Yes. Who is this woman you're talking about? Adrian Andrews, of course. Who else? That guy, he shoved the girl onto Juan on purpose. He's his own manager, but why? I thought lawyers were smart. It was to create a scandal to make Juan lose face. That girl drove Juan into a scandal that dragged his reputation through the mud. Sounds like a pretty standard definition of a scandal to me. Why do you know about that anyway, Mr. Oldback? Miss Oldback. I'm one of Juan's biggest fans. I'm always out there gathering information. There's nothing I don't know. And do you have proof that Mr. Ungard did what you say he did? Next week's issue of a certain magazine says so. Of course, a tabloid. Next week. Doesn't that mean it's something people don't know about yet? Why would Miss Oldback have information like that? And where did she get it? Hee hee hee. Huh? So that's something. Oh, maybe. March 21st, Police Station Criminal Affairs Department. Doesn't look like Mr. Scruffy Detective is here. Great, now even Pearls is calling him Scruffy. Thanks, Francisca. They said something about an investigation briefing earlier, right? Why don't we come back and try again later when they're done? Okay, I guess that's all we can do, right, Mr. Nick? Or we can examine all of this for no apparent reason. These are the detectives' desks. There are computers and files on each one. Funny, they're a lot tighter than I expected. I guess the detectives don't spend a lot of time at their desks. That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. A break and spit it out, you low-life scumbag. A turkey sandwich? Don't you eat ham every day? Get sick of it or something? He must be doing image training for interrogations. A poster of a female police officer. Wait, no, that's the latest Babes in Uniform calendar. My bad. This must be the chief of the detectives here. He's glued to his computer screen. What? The Hero of Heroes award ceremony? The grand prize got away from the Jammin' Ninja again? Shouldn't you be reading something more important? Aw, it's kinda cute. Mr. Nick, what is this stuffed animal's name? It's Badger the something. Blue the Badger? It's been so long now. It's something like that. That's the Blue Badger. Yes! There we are. It was my idea. I made it. It is the precinct's mascot, you know? Oh, wow. I'll get him assigned mascot of every police station if it's the last thing I do. I hope you succeed in your mission, sir. Alright. I mean, I think he kind of succeeds. It is kind of like the, it is visually in place in the game series here and later, and even quote-unquote earlier in the last case of the first game, but the last case of the first game came out much later in the thing. It's kind of weird. Alright. So... I don't have anything to say to delinquents like you. Grr, she's clamming up like the old clam she is. Please, anything would be helpful. Well then, how about I tell you my measurements? No, that's okay, really. She really doesn't like you, does she, Mr. Nick? I know. Okay, I don't think any of this is gonna... Yeah, okay. I showed everything to him just now, so... Do you know anything? I told you how many times now, I'm a journalist. Got so much info running laps in my head I forget things are here and there. Please don't get so worked up over this. Ha! I don't care if you beg me. Be extra tough on kids, that's this gal's motto when learning youngsters. Right. Nothing there. You're a journalist who doesn't want to look at a crime photo, huh? And I just bought that camera. Who did it? The thieving rascal. Please don't look straight at me while you're saying that. When I find the bugger who went and done this, they're gonna pay with a bullet. And if you do that, don't expect me to defend you. Hey, what's that? A press conference ticket? How come I ain't got myself one of them? Please don't direct your anger at me. Why in tarnation wasn't I invited to that? How come someone on the bottom of the popularity chart like you got the info but not me? The info like that is worth nothing to you, am I right, or what? Is that the kind of person she thinks I am? Are you going to stand there and take that, Mr. Nick? Okay, let's do a safety save and see if I can crack the Magatama thing. I have my doubts about this, but let's try. Big scoop. Lata, will you please answer my questions? On the night of the murder, why were you loitering around the victim's room? I told you, didn't I, for my scoop? What I want to know about are the details of this scoop. That's not something I can tell you. I mean, that there's my bread and butter. Alright then, an unpleasant tabloid photographer looking for a scoop. I'm going to say that you were looking into a scandal. Grrr! Could it be that you, Lotta Hart, were looking for a break with a huge story? Perhaps an unfolding scandal between Juan Corrida and but this one, right? This woman. She's Adrian Andrews, Matt Ungard's manager. The Nickel Samurai's manager caught secretly meeting with his rival, the Jamin Ninja. It would be the hottest story of the season, wouldn't it? You're pretty good at this guessing thing, Mr. Lawyer. But you can't just make up any old thing and think it'll make the papers. You gotta have backup. Backup? Yeah, you gotta have that, what's it? News source. You mean news source. That's it. So show me something that shows that Juan guy had something with Miss Andrews. I'm not sure I can get an... Hold on. Alright, help. Walk through, because Oh! Again, I would have wasted so much time trying to figure out where to get the item to go forward from there, so hold on a second. I didn't think of presenting Adrian Andrews to Powers. Hey, that's Miss Andrews, she's Matt's manager. Actually, I was interested in her for a little bit, just a little. So Mr. Powers likes this type of woman. What do you know about Miss Andrews? Well, see, here's the thing. I don't really know her, you know? There's sort of a small rumor going around her right now. A rumor? If you're interested, I'd be glad to share what I... There's a lot of small typos in this one. He's so happy, he looks like a lion that's just found his next meal. Alright, let's go. The gossip on Adrian. Would you mind telling me about this gossip? So you are interested in it. I figured you would be. Yeah. I have such a weakness for celebrity gossip too. Oh, really? You too, huh? Yeah, so take a look at this. Looks like a tabloid Miss Oldbag would read. Alright, let's see here. Jammin' Midnight Rendezvous. To the mysterious yet beautiful manager to the stars, Miss A.A. You see now, don't you? What? You can't stop pretending to be in the dark, Mr. Right? Juan Corrida didn't have a manager of his own, which means if we're talking about a certain manager with the initials AA, Adrian Andrews. Yes, exactly. This is big news. But it seems kind of odd. That woman, Miss Andrews, together with the biggest rival of her client? Ah, it's that wonderful thing that can only happen between two people. Mr. Powers looks so happy. Phil is just following along, not having any idea as to why he's smiling. Well, like the saying goes, one man's garbage is another man's treasure. Magazine clipping added to the court record. An article from the tabloid Gossip Lad. That is a very, very not a no. That is not a saying I can get behind. I like that. I have so many issues with that. I don't even know where to begin. Oof. All right. All right, let's go. Alright, so the person was Andrews. Alright, and now we are proving that there was a something with Miss Andrews. Take that. This is the article from a certain weekly tabloid. Jammin' Midnight Rendezvous. To the mysterious yet beautiful manager to the stars, Miss A.A. Ah! Miss Corrida didn't have a manager of his own. What's more, his rival, Mr. Unguard's manager, Adrian Andrews, she has the initials A.A. You saw this article and then thought to take some pictures of them as proof. But I mean, you don't really need proof if you want to be a journalist. Just work at Fox News, you just make stuff up and it's fine. That's why you were lurking around Mr. Corrida's door last night. Ah! I had to. I'm sorry. You were looking into Mr. Corrida and Miss Andrews' affair, weren't you? You got it. I was gonna get myself a scoop by catching him in a secret meeting. There's already an article about it in one of the weekly tabloid magazines. It's no longer breaking news. What did you just say? Her initials are AA. That's kind of vague thing, is that? That ain't no proof or nothing. People are gonna want to see real proof. Well, at least I do. That's what I was doing, getting photos. Oh. I'm gonna whip up the reader's interest with some gossip and a little misleading. Then spice it up a little and have myself an exclusive story. Wow, lots of nice journalistic integrity you got there, yeah? I already finished writing up my spicy article, you know? But the paper I wrote it on, my note to myself is gone. Your note to yourself? It was inside the case of my $1,600 camera. They done run off together. I came here for my big story, didn't come here to have my treasure disappear on me. Yeah, I understand. It's enough to make a gal go bonkers, I tell you. What's with people now anyway? I never thought I'd see the day when someone done steal something from me. You really want that note back, huh? Got no idea why though, the story in that note is probably a bold-faced lie. The camera notes are gone. Yeah, and it sounds very odd to keep a paper note inside a camera case. Like, that's a very not sensible feeling place to store paper in. Like, that's where the camera is and your paper should be in a very different spot. It's kind of odd. Alright. Okay, now what? Oh, maybe. Hold on. Alright. Yeah, no one's here. Hallway. No. March 21st, Police Station Criminal Affairs Department. Detective Gumshoe said they had an investigation briefing. Yeah. Oh, he's back. Hey, so you came, pal. Why the blunt greeting? Because there's nothing to be friendly or happy about. What do you mean by that? Well, things look perfect this time around. The evidence and testimony are airtight. You haven't seen airtight even in your dreams, pal. Every case I've ever seen you work on has started as airtight evidence and witnesses, and turns out all the witnesses lie, and all the evidence is BS. Like, you know. What? How? I mean, yeah. We'll see, right? But we can't just roll over and die. We have to stay positive. Right, let's go. Airtight evidence. So what do you mean the evidence is airtight? I can't give you all the details, pal, but there's 2 big pieces. 2? And both of them are in this photo. The first is the button that's missing on the victim's chest. Oh, that button! Jesus, that's big! Like, that button is so big and obvious, it's... Okay, I will accidentally take this, like, tea-plate-sized button right here, place it in my pocket after I killed the person. I don't think that's how it works. I got a feeling your evidence is a plant, my dude. Like, planted onto the... that's the button that you found during your body search of Mr. Ungard. Yep, I found it. How can you not know you had that on you? Yeah. I found it in the folds of the Nickel Samurai Special Pants. A button that big, if a button that big was in my special pants, I would immediately consider calling a doctor. Because I would be like, listen, this seems serious. Like, there's a huge lump in my pants, I need to know. Like, come on. Like, a lump the size of a baseball. And the second one is the knife in his chest, pal. The fingerprints on the knife in his chest, to be exact. Okay, number 1, that's a bread knife. Well, you know, the simple eating knife that was taken from Ungard's room, for one. Second, is it a tumor or an actual... Yeah, who knows, man. Second, like, I'm not a human anatomy expert or anything, but that stab wound does not look like a lethal strike to me. Like, there's barely any blood anyway, and the position and depth just don't add up as a lethal strike to me. I know. File that under questions I never wanted to have asked. Fingerprints? Whose are they? You didn't even have to ask, little missy, it's obvious. Doesn't look very fatal. And that's I have a feeling that'll come up. Those sorts of details the game usually gets pretty good at. Like, the police suck, but the game usually gets details like that at least pretty accurate, in the sense that we're gonna probably learn later that it's not the cause of death or something. Tomorrow's trial. Talk about being stuck between a rock and a hard place. Airtight testimony. So what about this airtight testimony? It's that old security lady. That old security lady is so full of holes, even her face isn't airtight. Come on now. Just... like, she's just gonna lie because she hates the defendant. Come on now. I thought so. Again, nothing about this is airtight. A clearly BS button, a clearly not because of death knife swiped from the defendant's room, and third, a witness who is a known liar, a known perjurer on stand. She's committed like 12 perjuries in one case alone in the last game. Yeah? That is about as I would like to motion a mistrial, because come on now. This is not... No. Come on now, like, what? You have nothing! And I even told her to not open that mouth of hers and blab to anyone. Her blab knob is stuck on 10 and there's no turning it down, trust me. Yeah, well, Miss Oldback saw it all, pal. No, she didn't. She saw Mr. Ungard come out of the victim's room around the estimated time of death. Again, she claims that, but just watch. It's gonna be a person in a mask, or in a bag, or inside a coffin, or something where there's 0 square inches of actual skin, face, or eyes, or anything that she saw. Just watch. She saw squat. Trust me. That's exactly how it went last time. I saw them when leaving, and it was just a dude in a costume with not a square inch of the actual dude visible. Like, No way! Do I just show stuff? We're pretty interested in this bit of gossip ourselves. The scandal with Mr. Kurita? But why? Well, 2 years ago, a woman committed suicide. Whoa, that was a flash. Suicide? Her name was Celeste Impax. I'm trying to figure out a joke in the name, but I'm drawing a blank. And she was Juan Kurita's manager. The victim's manager? But that's not all, pal. Miss Impax was Miss Adrian Andrews' mentor. She taught Mr. Andrews everything she knows about the business from square one. This is pronounced another way, but I don't know what it'd be. Yeah, I can't think of anything. Like, the trick is not every name is a joke, I think. So, and some of them are a little hard to catch. Like, I didn't catch the Three Stooges one with Mo, for example. A woman who was both Mr. Kurita's manager and Miss Andrews' mentor. Could her suicide have something to do with this case? Do you want to know more about her, pal? Yeah. Celeste Impax. And she was the victim's manager and was also Miss Adrian Andrews' mentor. Yeah? It's been 2 years since her suicide, and now those two are linked again by another death. Ooh. Or maybe it's just a coincidence, but... I'm getting sick of dealing with one foolish idiot after another. Miss Von Karma. You can't seem to stop allying yourself with the enemy, can you? I don't need a traitor in my midst. You don't mean... I do. Scruffy? You have 30 minutes to get out of here. You are no longer needed. Goodbye. That's... Wait, please wait, sir. If I don't get this month's pay, I'll start... Quiet! If it weren't for traitors like you, I would have won. Is that what you want to say? Who? That voice. Edgeworth! There we are. It's been a long time, right? This person, this is Mr. Edgeworth? What am I going to do with you? Still blaming others when things go wrong. You haven't changed a bit, Franziska. You. How dare you show your face to me without a shred of shame upon it? You've soiled the Von Karma name, dragged it through the mud. You even ran away with your tail between your legs like the ill-bred dog you are. Are you talking about the Von Karma family creed, to be perfect in every way? Let's hear it, Francisca. How are things going? I hear you are having a rough time maintaining perfection in this country. You seem to be getting crushed under the weight of it all. That's why I came back. Keep your assumptions to yourself. I haven't given in yet. I won't lose. This case is mine. I'll never hand it over to you. Never. Mr. Phoenix Wright, I will see you tomorrow in court. It'll be a clinical lesson on the meaning of total victory. Still the same wild mare she always was. Tomorrow's trial, let's go. I thought you, the prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, had gone and died. Mr. Nick! I never wanted to see you again. I think that's enough of a warm welcome for someone you haven't seen in a year. Are you going to run tomorrow's trial? You heard her, right? That wild mare hasn't given in yet, it seems. So, no, I don't think I'll be making an appearance. Your hatred for me is quite unhealthy, not to mention one-sided. But I will say one thing. You can't win on your own at the trial tomorrow. What's that supposed to mean? I have something definitive that you lack. And working together is the definition of teamwork. It's the power to find the truth. The truth? In order to understand this case, you have to understand a certain truth. Well, if you ever feel the need for my assistance, it is available to you. I'm not in charge of this case, so I can be a bit more generous with information. Just what is going on inside his head? Proof of Von Karma blood. A lot of things may have happened, however, Manfred Von Karma was still my mentor. And a perfect win record is proof of a Von Karma. 1 year ago. You could not establish guilt in a few cases. Are those losses the reason you suddenly disappeared from the prosecutor's office? Did you leave because you had lost your perfect win record? To think your motivation was for prosecuting trials was so selfish. It'd been better for everyone if you never came back from the dead, Edgeworth. I see, then let me ask you something. Why do you stand in the courtroom? What is your reason? Well, with Francisca, she almost always says, I will defeat you this time the instant she sees me. But the courtroom is not a personal battlefield for prosecutors and lawyers. I stand in the courtroom to defend my client. To save their lives. To save your client, you say? Those who think only of their own ego-driven goals, those kind of prosecutors, are reprehensible to me. Even if you're a prodigy. Someone like you, Edgeworth. It looks like there is still a lot you have yet to learn. A lot I have yet to learn? Me? Well, that's enough for now. The time when you will see is coming soon enough. I have no interest in talking about useless evidence. Put a little more thought into what you show me, Phoenix, right? Still as stuck up as ever. Alright. Because I got a feeling, like, the rhythm of how this is going, I feel like there's not a lot of talking until the trial now. I could be wrong, but I just... something? There's an interesting rumor about this man. You mean the one about Miss Andrews getting close to him? That's pretty common tabloid fare, isn't it? I don't think things at face value when there's more to be found. Alright. We're looking into leads, but we can only look into a few key players with our limited resources. There's no reason for us to waste our energy investigating this person. Why don't you just tell it to me straight and say I don't have any info? This woman is another key to solving this case. Do you really think so? She was Adrian Andrews' mentor for a long time ago. But she was suddenly called away by a different show and became Juan Corrida's manager. And then, a few months later, Celeste Impax died. But her death was ruled a suicide, right? Yes. But there is still one riddle we've yet to solve. The riddle is, why do you use the word solved instead of solve? A riddle? Her suicide note. It went missing, no one could find it. A suicide note that just vanished, huh? Adrian Andrews. She holds a large secret within herself. A secret? You can't help but feel that this whole case revolves around her. While I was abroad, these deplorable types of actors became popular, I take it. Well, refreshing like a spring breeze is his motto. Refreshing? And what is so refreshing about a spring breeze? Sounds like the pollen is not treating him well this year. Oh, and a small side story. If I remember this right, I think Edgeworth is secretly a decently big fan of the Steel Samurai stuff. I think. If I remember my character lore correctly. Miss Impax's death was most certainly a suicide, of that there is no mistake. However, we could not find her suicide note. That's when the police began to suspect that someone had hidden it. The suicide note? But how do you know Miss Impax had even written such a note? There was no solid evidence, however. We did find traces of ink on her right index finger, which makes the likelihood of a suicide note very high. But who would hide such a thing? The police think it was Mr. Juan Corrida himself. The victim? He was the one who found her body, which makes him the only person who had a chance to hide her suicide note. Mr. Corrida hid his own manager's suicide note, but why? So far from the games, I'm not a big fan of "he was the only one who could do it." I've heard that sentence multiple times over, from Edgeworth himself as well, but Franziska as well, and Gumshoe as well, and it's always wrong. There's always another guy who just came through some floor or wall or air anything. It's never the only one who could do it. It's never like accurate. I don't know. As long as her note is missing, any speculation beyond this is meaningless. For now, I think you should look this over. This is the suicide report, part 1 anyway. Part 1. Deceased Celeste Impax found by Juan Corrida. Was her suicide note hidden? A very weird note, but okay. And why couldn't the current manager have taken it? I don't know. Okay, anything else? I don't like to look through reports. I like suicide reports even less. Worst of all are the reports that have multiple parts like that one. That has 2. 2 parts? What you just handed me is the first part of the report. You handed me the report! Why would you require me to present the first part to you? Okay, hold on. Edgeworth is here to quote-unquote help me, right? Now, in order to get the case report part 1 from him, I needed to show him the profile of Impax, yeah? And the report he just gave me, I need to then present back to him for him to give me the part 2 of that same report. Oh! Right, good, great, let's go. Here's the second part. The second part of the report is about an attempted suicide. The attempter's name is Adrian Andrews. What? Okay. Right. Miss Andrews, what did she do? Game logic. Yeah, this is like pulling teeth, man. Just give me the papers. Come on. She tried to kill herself. She doesn't seem like the kind of person to try to kill her. No, that's the thing. They often don't seem like this. You think she's a strong career woman, that's just what she wants you to think. Adrian Andrews, she has a certain secret she's always trying to hide. A secret? Her dependent nature, that's what she's really like on the inside. Miss Andrews, dependent, talk about the exact opposite of what that woman is, or seems like. Dependent nature. What's this about Miss Andrews having a dependent nature? Adrian Andrews' attempt at suicide was a few days after the death of Celeste Impax. And why did Adrian Andrews think about committing suicide? Because she had apparently lost her will to live. Lost her will? But why would she... Her pillar of strength, her mentor Celeste Impax, was gone forever. That's why. What? Why would that... Is this what they call fall? Why is Pearl listening to this? What the fuck? Why is Pearl in the room? Come on, let's... Oh, man. Oh, Jesus. Come on. Situational awareness, my dudes. Just send her to a juice box or something. Come on. Jesus. Is this what they call following someone to the grave? After her attempt... Why is she still listening? Come on! Edgeworth, I know you're an angsty boy. Send Pearl to the other... Have Gumshoe show her his pistol or whatever. It's safer than this. Come on. God damn. Jesus. Ah. Adrian Andrews started attending counseling sessions. She's someone who needs a person in whom she can trust absolutely. Because then they can't put her in innocent poor questions. Yeah, but come on. She's what, 7? 8. Come on. Oof. She's someone who needs a person in whom she can trust absolutely, and once she finds that person, she'll do anything she can to keep them near. Without such an anchor in her life, her crippling anxiety stifles her ability to live. And that's the nature of her dependency on others. When Celeste Impax suddenly committed suicide, the world before her turned pitch dark. That's according to Adrian Andrews herself. Then that means her super confident attitude. It's all a facade. She's only copying her mentor's behavior to hold herself together. How terrible. Right. Adrian Andrews reasons shock from Celeste Impax's... Yeah. Still something. Okay, let's present the part 2 then. Just... I don't know what else to do here. Appearances can be deceiving. It's such a cliché saying, but it's cliché because it's true. Miss Andrews, to think that behind that unwavering brave front, she's been hiding this weakness and fear. Okay, what else can I... I feel like I showed basically everything. To be fair, she's a spirit medium, so we gotta get used to it. I mean, yeah, but... Still, like, there's a difference between having an understanding of death and listening to why someone killed themselves, attempted to kill themselves, and such and such. Like, she's a prodigy at contacting the dead, but the concept of learning about the concept of death, I can accept that. Like, that's fine in, like, understanding the concept of death at 8. From cartoons you get that sometimes. Yeah. Concept of suicide, though. Like, she doesn't even know what a ticket is. And then, oh, suicide, no, Oh boy. I am not sure what to do here. I don't want to run around the entire place just like wasting time. Let's just I'm not sure if I need to do... Maybe. March 21st Detention Center Visitors Room. Ah, the lawyer dude. So what did you find out? Well, I'm still in the middle of investigating. I see. But I've already told you everything I know, dude. Can you tell me about your activities last night? After I got the award, I took a break and went back to my room. I had that post-ceremony stage show to do, so I was in my nickel samurai costume, and you were alone the entire time. My manager was running around and being busy, so yeah, because of the press conference you were supposed to hold after the show. Told you, have no... I've asked this, but... Anyway, when I was leaving my room, that's when it noticed kind of noisy. Mr. Kurita was already dead at that time. Yeah, that's what I gathered anyway from my manager. Yeah, but... And that's when the detective with the green coat, yep. That's odd. We've asked him this already, but it's shown as not ticked. Okay, hold on. That's my manager. Did you meet her? Yeah. What do you think? Strong woman, right? And she takes good care of me. You're such a mama's boy. What do you think about this article? If you're talking about her thing with Juan, I always thought she was a bit careless in the way she handled it. And that's it? That's it. Alright. We've seen this too. This guy's a little brain dead. A little, yeah. Celeste impacts. There we are. What's wrong? How much do you know? What do you mean, how much? Mr. Lawyer, I may be your client, but I hope you will keep yourself out of my personal life. Ah, no, I'd never. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a lunch appointment I have to keep. You're in detention. Who in the world are you going to eat with? The security guard? Mr. Nick, this Celeste impacts lady. Somehow I get the feeling she's a very important person in all of this. Alright. There we are. March 21st, Gatewater Hotel, Unguard's hotel room. Oh, Miss Andrews is here. But it looks like she's talking with someone. That's Franziska von Karma. Miss von Karma? What are you doing here? Well, you see, I'm his lawyer, so... You've got some nerve following me around. Following you? That's you, Miss von Karma. You're the one doing the following. Pearls? You're always following after that Mr. Detective with the little beard. Me? Following after Scruffy? Don't make me laugh. Let me show you something interesting, little girl. What is that? An electromagnetic receiver. I planted a tracking device on that detective. And with this, I know that fool's every move. So that noise we heard was this receiver. I feel really sorry for poor Detective Gumshoe now. Now then, let's stop wasting time. Adrian Andrews. Yes? Think hard about what we just discussed. Understood? Alright. What were those two talking about? Miss Andrews? She seems like a little dazed, doesn't she? Because she's not following him, yeah. Right. Motive for murder. Do you have any ideas as to why Mr. Kurita was murdered? Why would she ask me about such a thing? I'm just doing my job, so do you have any ideas? Whoa. Miss Andrews? Sorry, but there's nothing more I have to add to this conversation. Is it a psych log, Mr. Nick? Yes, there's getting to be more and more of these lately. Well, safety save and let's try. I don't think I'm gonna find any more... Well, hold on. She's probably not gonna like me for doing this, but... Okay, nothing. Alright. Let's try. Fingers crossed. You could start a hardware store with that amount of chain lady. Motive for murder. I was Juan Kurita murdered. If you ask me, I think you know the reason he was killed. Why are you hiding things? Don't you realize you're putting Mr. Unguard's life in danger by your actions? Why do you ask questions for which I have no answers? The truth is, I was not that close to Mr. Kurita. You were not that close? That's right, I've never been good at being intimate with another person. You're not good at being intimate with another person. Somehow I highly doubt that. So, when you say intimate, I think the thing is the magazine clipping, right? Yeah. You and Mr. Kurita had an intimate relationship, did you not? What's with the card? Yeah, I'm kind of low-key wondering about that as well. A silly third-rate tabloid art. It's like has a logo of like the shell of a shellfish, you know, or something. If you ever had half of your wits about you, you wouldn't believe such rubbish. Well, it seems quite a few people have already bought into the story. As to be expected in a world filled with crooks and liars. Note to self, stay on her good side. In any case, I despise interpersonal relationships like that. I see. However, what if there was a need for you to get close to someone? Me? Need to get close to someone? To Mr. Kurita, as if there was ever such a need. Didn't you get close to Mr. Kurita for this person's sake? Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da. Impacts. Celeste Impacts, your mentor. How do you know about Celeste? Miss Impact, she committed suicide, didn't she? But it looks like no one knows why. Right before her death, she was Juan Kurita's manager. So I believe you got close to Mr. Kurita so you could find out more about her suicide. You have a great imagination. You may have a future yet as a slimy muckraker for a putrid third-rate tabloid. Miss Andrews? There was no mystery surrounding her death, none. It would be pointless for me to force myself into a relationship for nothing. Is that really true? Was there really no mystery at all? I don't believe you were completely at ease with the way her suicide was resolved. Miss Impact's suicide note was never found, was it? It looks like the police were under the suspicion that someone had hidden it. Like maybe the person who discovered her body, Mr. Kurita. Juan? And Miss Andrews, I believe you thought the same thing. That is why you became intimate with Mr. Kurita. I've sat by quietly and listened to your insulting ramblings long enough. It's true that Celeste was my mentor, however, allow me to say this again. It had nothing to do with me. I didn't even know that her suicide note was never found. I'm a person who doesn't care about what goes on in the lives of others. That's the impression you like to give, however. I don't think that's who you really are. What? I have evidence that says otherwise. This is proof that Celeste Inpax was someone very special to you. Miss Andrews, you nearly went through with it too, didn't you? Went through with what? Ending your life. Miss Andrews, you look and act like a very strong woman who has it all together. You don't ask for anyone's help, relying only on yourself. Yes, I've been very independent ever since I can remember. However, that is all just a lie, a facade. You've always searched out people on whom you can depend on. That's... You were dependent on Miss Inpax, weren't you? Which is why, when she passed away, you lost everything you had. Stop. When Celeste passed away so suddenly like that, I died a death of my own, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop thinking about what had become of her note. You must have heard about the police report. The one that said the police suspected Mr. Corrida of hiding Miss Inpax's note. You heard about it and thought to recover it from him by getting close, am I right? If that's the case, then everything changes. What do you mean? What topic did we start this conversation on again? It was, why was the victim killed? Exactly. Somehow, Miss Andrews, it seems that you have become the one with a reason to want Mr. Corrida dead. Me? Miss Inpax was everything to you. And then she died. And you would do anything to find out why she killed herself. Even commit murder. Murder? It always somehow kind of like surprises me how this game is sort of, you know, it's an anime visual novel game. It looks, it has a mostly comedic, silly vibe, right? And then it gets dark. Like it just goes on and on about suicide and deaths and murder, like so and so and so. It often kind of like, well, not shocks, but surprises me. Like, oh, yeah, we're in the dark place now. It's like, ooh. Like, I still remember in the case 2 of the first game, when it starts that, like, Mia dies. Boom, like, ooh. Well, that's a, whew. It's true, I'm a woman who can only live in insecurity. I'm physically small, and I don't really have a lot of self-confidence. I've pushed against all that, though. I've tried to live strongly. I never wanted anyone to find out the truth. Miss Andrews. This one thing, it's the one thing I wanted to take with me to the grave. It was my secret, mine and mine alone. I'm sorry. You probably think I'm a worthless human being right now, don't you? Nope. Please, Miss Andrews, all I want to know is the truth. After Celeste passed away, I heard that someone had hidden her suicide note. And that someone was Juan Corrida. Celeste, without her I became scared. Everyone seemed like they were out to get me. So we got close to Mr. Corrida to recover her suicide note, correct? Looks like that tabloid reported the truth after all. Ironic, isn't it? Well, like they say, where there's smoke, there's fire. And if they purposely add fuel to the fire, they keep the celebrity world burning. But as for the suicide note, I didn't and wouldn't kill anyone for it. It just doesn't suit me, that's all. Well, that's enough for now. I still have work to do, so... I understand. Oh, I have one small favor to ask. My attempted suicide, I'd like for you to keep it a secret. Miss Andrews? If people found out about my weakness, I would sooner choose to die than live. Oh, alright, I understand, we'll keep it a secret. Miss Andrews, I guess she's the overthinking type. She probably never says anything without carefully thinking it through first. Thank you for your discretion. Mr. Nick, can I ask you something? What is it? Miss Andrews has been playing with that card in her hand since a little while back. That card. Yeah, I guess she has. Miss Andrews, what is that card you're holding? Huh? Oh, this? I don't quite know, it just suddenly appeared in my handbag. What is it? Looks like a seashell? Yeah. Seashell, right, yeah. That's the word I was looking for. That's what it looks like, doesn't it? I honestly don't remember owning this card. I wonder where I picked it up from. Her not remembering something clearly sounds like it would be a rare occurrence. Well, I must be off. I leave Mr. Ungard in your capable hands. Okay. March 21st, Gatewater Hotel hallway. Well, I think we've gathered about all we can. What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright? Oh, Pearl, she looks so worn out by all this. She hasn't slept at all and has been walking all over the place with me today. So here's my thinking. If she's guarding her suicide's secret, how does Ungard know about it? I don't know. I didn't remember Ungard mentioning her suicide, but I'm reading so much. I think a part of it passed me by. But if Ungard knows about it, yeah, we don't know why. Alright. Let's go back to the office for a little while. You're totally tired, right? Oh no. I'm okay, really. I'm fine, really am. You don't look fine to me. Alright, office. Let's... March 21st, Wright & Co. Law Offices. So, what now? Well, we did find one thing out for sure. Well, he didn't mention it, but he did ask how much Phoenix knew about it, then shut the conversation. No. He asked about how much we knew about Celeste, not about Andrews, I think. He said that when we presented Ungard with the profile of Celeste Impax, the mentor of Adrian Andrews. Celeste committed suicide, obviously Ungard would know about that. That was what that was about. Sometimes I press through these a little quickly, but that's so sorry if that was yeah. I just realized while doing the Cyclock thing, I sometimes press through the evidence very fast and not mention what I'm doing. That's my bad. I should be yeah. No. Yeah. We showed this one. I feel like I tried Adrian as well, but to Adrian Andrews, he just said, "Oh, that's my manager. You met her and stuff." Right? Yeah. Miss Andrews has a motive. You mean Miss Impax's suicide note? That's right. She was also the one to discover the victim's body. Clever. Sorry, but I'll try to be more clear about what I'm choosing whenever. That's my weakness in this so far. Ah, Mr. Nick, the transceiver. Hello, Wright & Co. Law Offices. Mr. Attorney, you're not answering a phone. Maya, where's Maya? As I promised, I have not gone within a few feet of her this whole time. Phew. Which is why I suppose she's absolutely famished. What? So I suggest you win a quick acquittal, my friend. At any cost, wouldn't you agree? Wait, Maya, let me hear her. Very well. Ask my... Maya, is that you? Sis, ask my sis. Right, we could ask Pearl to channel Mia and have a dialogue about this. That's a really good idea. Pearl, spirit mediuming right now. We need to talk to your to Mia right now. Mystic Maya said, "Ask my sis," didn't she? Sis. What does she mean by this? Come on, Phoenix. Come on, you're better than this. Come on, Phoenix. You're a hopeless one. Sorry. Ah. Mia! I have a message from Maya, so come ask me anything you want about her. Right. There we go. Not that I'm complaining, but I am kind of wondering if we should tell Pearls to wear some more loose clothes so it would fit a little better. Oh well. How is Maya? She's safe, for now. That kidnapper is one to keep his word, it seems. I'm glad to hear she's safe, but Mia, how did you know? As soon as she was locked up, Maya called for me. I read the note she left. Then I gathered as much information about her surroundings as I could. I didn't know you could use a spirit channeling like that. Pretty smart of her. Yeah. Yep. You know, knowing that they channel these older people, yeah, that was what I was thinking. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess that's the point of the, like Maya's robes and stuff are, the point is they are probably pretty loose, right? But Pearl's clothes are child size, so, yeah. Very small, yeah. Again, not that I'm complaining, but maybe some... The kidnapper, what's he like? I don't know. Apparently Maya went to answer a phone call at the hotel and was drugged there. And she didn't see the face of her attacker. Maya is locked up in a very dark place right now. I'll tell you everything I heard when I was with her. When you were with her? Date? Time? Location? I'm starving. I could really go for some apple pie. I mean, at a time like this, sweets are the only way to go. I have to stay positive. He promised he wasn't gonna kill me. I'm not gonna die. Sis, I wonder if you're with Nick right now. Drat, it's locked. But this door's lock seems easy enough to open. On TV, the hero always uses a plastic card or a stiff piece of cardboard. Then click, they magically open the door. I wonder if there's a card like that around here I could use. It's that one, but I want to examine as much as I can. There's all sorts of things piled up here, but it's too dark to see. Not that dark, come on. There's a light in the... What's this? I feel like there are a lot of glass bottles here. And these, they feel like barrels. I'll pass. Too bad I'm really hungry and not really thirsty. I mean, if they're alcohol, that's not super useful, but if they would happen to be like some sort of bottled, I don't know, cranberry juice or whatever, you might at least open one and smell and see what it is. Someone dropped a card here, and it's the same logo as the one that Andrews had. Kind of looks like a business card, but there's no name on it. It's a picture of a seashell, I think. What a strange card. That's it! This is the shell card. If I use this, maybe I can get the door open. This might be my key out of here. I had a feeling this card might be useful. I'm such a genius. Alright, now if you'll excuse me, Mr. Kidnapper. I did it! Okay, now I'm getting the heck out of here. I shouldn't keep Nick waiting, or worried. To be continued. Even alcohol has sugar, so you get a buzz but something. Yeah, I'm just like wondering... At least a small amount should probably be useful. Yeah, I kind of agree. Like, in the long run, drinking the alcohol would probably dehydrate her faster than she otherwise would. But then again, if she keeps drinking while being... I mean, if she went on a 2-week bender, she would survive those 2 weeks, probably, right? If she just keeps on drinking and just keeps on circulating the stuff all the time and just doesn't stop. Maybe that would work, right? That's a thought. Alright. Damn. March 22nd, 9:47 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 3. All good, your well-being is based more important. I mean, the entertainment value is also important. Like, I do have to eat in order to be at least a little bit amount of entertaining that I can be. That is also a reality of life, but I appreciate the concern. Absolutely. Adrian did it? That's what it looks like. Dude, no way. That woman couldn't do anything like that. In court today, there will be a mountain of evidence that will implicate you. A mountain of evidence? I'm certain there is someone out there trying very hard to pin this whole thing on you. Please, Mr. Lawyer, dude, like I said yesterday, I'm refreshing like a spring breeze, alright? I can't let any sort of scandal ruin that. I understand. Well, it's almost time. Mia, we must get a complete acquittal today. I know. But I can't focus on Maya's situation right now. Or Pearl's either. No matter what, I have to focus on winning this case by the end of the day. Indeed. Well, let's get going. It's him. This is right. Good morning. This is it, Mr. Attorney. The day of the trial. Maya? She's unharmed, right? Well, when I checked on her earlier this morning, she seemed a bit, how shall we say, tired. Don't worry, people don't die that easily. Besides, what you really should be concentrating on is winning today's trial. Grrr. For my sake, as well as yours, you must win today's trial. Why your sake? Which is why I sent you a little present this morning. Present? What in the world would you want to give me? You'll figure it out once the trial starts. And even if you don't like my gift, I expect you to graciously accept it and win the day's contest if you please. Wait. The kidnapper sent me a present. Mr. Lawyer dude, who was that? No one. It has nothing to do with you, so forget you heard anything. I mean, we already mentioned the killer to Unguard, which is also the one reason that he gave us the case. Remember, that's when he just turned around on a dime and said, okay, you can have my case. When we mentioned the killer by, you know, quote-unquote accident. Dude, did your nose just get longer? March 22nd, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom Number 3. Court is now in session for the trial of Matt Unguard. Are the prosecution and defense ready? The defense is ready, Your Honor. I say, Mr. Wright, what happened to Miss Von Karma? I don't know, Your Honor. Why are you getting mad at me? Your Honor. Please be quiet, bailiff. Court is in session. If you must tell me something, please keep it brief. Now then, what is it? Prosecutor Von Karma has... This morning, Miss Von Karma was shot by an unknown gunman. What? Shot? Somehow, I think this is the present that man was talking about. His present. Miss Von Karma is one of the top prosecutors in the country at the moment. If she were to disappear, it would be to your advantage. This is totally insane. Miss Von Karma, is she alright? I don't have that answer. She's alive and in stable condition. That's good. Whew. I thought he'd show up. Your Honor. Due to the circumstances, Miss Franziska Von Karma cannot appear in court today. I, Miles Edgeworth, will be taking her place. The prosecution is ready. Naturally. Miss Von Karma was shot in her right shoulder and is currently undergoing surgery. On one hand, he's a sly person, him, but like this visual is just like I can't but smile at this nostalgic visual of Edgeworth at the stand. Let's go. Or at the prosecution table. Whatever. In court. Let's go. Luckily, I have looked this case over and am familiar with the details. The prosecution seeks to prove the guilt of Mr. Matt on guard. The court acknowledges the prosecution. Right. I finally found the answer I was struggling for on my long journey this past year. By the time this case comes to an end, you too will know the answer. Now then, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. Please bring Detective Gumshoe to the witness stand. Witness, your name and occupation. My name's Dick Gumshoe, sir. Sir, I'm a detective down at the precinct for now. For now? After this trial's over, I'm supposed to turn in my badge, sir. Detective Gumshoe. The prosecution has no need for a depressed witness. Lift your head up and face forward like a proud officer, Detective Dick Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Now, let's have your testimony. If we want to explore the various facets of this case, we must start with that. Get ready, Phoenix. This is going to be one very rough fight. Yeah, it would have to be with Edgeworth as my opponent. The answer he was struggling for. Interesting. Show me this answer you finally found, Edgeworth. Bare facts of the case. Let's go. This murder happened after the Hero of Heroes award ceremony, sir. The victim, Juan Corrida, was found dead in his hotel room. After looking into the cause of death, we believe he was definitely murdered. The cause of death was exactly what? Because that knife is not lethal, come on now. At first we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. However, we later found out that the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder. Uh-huh. After the award ceremony ended, the victim was alone in his room? Yes, sir. Both the victim and the defendant went alone to their rooms, sir. I see. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Right. Alrighty. This murder happened after the Hero of Heroes award ceremony. So, this one. Hold it! The cause of death, wasn't that because Mr. Corrida was stabbed in the chest? Only a careless amateur would believe something so brainless as that, pal. There we are. We are not brainless amateurs, chat. Take a good hard look at the crime photo. Now a real pro's attention would be drawn here to this bandana. Banana. His bandana, sir. That's the thing wrapped tightly around his neck, sir. Ah, yes, I see. His banana-scented bandana. Then what about the knife? It seems to have been stuck in the victim's chest on purpose after his death. There we are. We have a crafty murderer on our hands here. Time of death 8:15 PM, cause strangled with a scarf, then stabbed with a knife for visual purposes, apparently. At first we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. Hold it! And why did you think that? Because it was empty, pal. The Jammin' Ninja doesn't go anywhere without his bright red guitar, and we couldn't find it anywhere at the scene of the crime. Oh, then how about this theory? A fan really wanted the guitar and did the crime to get it, how's that? We thought of that too, but... The only fingerprints on the guitar case were the victim's. That doesn't prove a squat. Gloves. Have you heard of gloves, detective? Only the victims, huh? I see. And so much for my theory. That doesn't prove anything! What are... come on now! There's some water, bears Corrida's fingerprints. Nothing to do with the murder. Hold it! What convinced you it had nothing to do with the case? The guitar wasn't at the Great Water Hotel that night. Well then, where was it? The bright red guitar was eventually found at the TV studio. The victim, Juan Corrida, had apparently only taken the case with him, sir. So you mean he forgot to put the guitar inside the case? Yes, sir. No. Even when he was on stage for the ceremony, he didn't have his case. No, there's no way someone just picks up their case, doesn't feel that it's empty, and just goes. Come on now. The weight difference is massive. Come on. Come on, police. Just come on. Jesus. What, like, come on now. That's nonsense. So that guitar case was empty even before he got to the hotel. Yeah, that's right. So it really had nothing to do with the case after all. I believe that is enough. First, the victim was choked to death with this bandana. Then, after the victim was dead, the killer deliberately stabbed him with a knife. Which brings me to my next point. Why then did the police arrest Matt on guard? Because there was reason enough to suspect him. Here it comes. Looks like Edgeworth's back in full swing. Very well, Detective Gumshoe. Please testify about this matter. Yes, sir. Why arrest on guard? Matt Angard and Juan Corrida were huge rivals with each other. They each thought the other guy was in his way. That's motive enough in my book. As for evidence, there's the Jammin' Ninja's button. Again, it was ripped off of the ninja costume and was found in Mr. Angard's hakama. The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife. The defendant bought the knife for the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder. How would you know for what purpose the knife was bought? Like, we know the knife was taken from the plate when they were eating. And the knife wasn't even used as the murder weapon. Gumshoe, come on! Think, man, think! So the defendant's fingerprints were found on the knife used in the stabbing. Yeah, it was sort of sticky on the handle, so the fingerprints came out pretty clearly, sir. In the grip, Gatewater is engraved. Like, I know this is a very small detail, but if it's the Gatewater Hotel's knife, then that doesn't really fly too well with the premeditated part. Like, that's the definition of an item you grab in the heat of the moment to go do your thing. A knife you find at the hotel you're in. Come on, police! Just one thing right. Just come on. And there's this button, which is, again, no way they would not know it's there. Come on now. That was found in the defendant's clothes, was it? And this button also covered in blood. Yes, and we know that the blood on it is the victim's blood, sir. Phoenix, don't be so surprised. We know the button came from the victim. That having his blood is not super surprising. Come on now. Wake up. Was ripped from his costume, covered in Korea's blood, found in Angard's hakama. All this points very clear to the defendant, doesn't it? No, it doesn't. It's all garbage evidence, and you know it. Yes, it most certainly does, Your Honor. Ready to give in yet, right? I mean, you have nothing, Edgeworth. Let's go. I'll find the hole in your argument somehow. I've found like 10 already. Let's go. You can press as hard as you'd like. Just hurry up with your usual pointless questions. Grr. Let's go. Why arrest Angard? Matt Angard and Juan Corrida were in love. Okay, so. Hold it! Do you have any proof that button belonged to the victim? That's not the question I wanted to know, but okay. What do you mean, pal? Oh, let me put it this way. I'm asking you if you have any evidence to back up your claim that this button was ripped off of the Jammin' Ninja's costume. Can't you tell just by looking at it? And the victim's blood is on it. Anyone could have smeared that blood on there afterward. Mr. Edgeworth, help me, sir. Alright, I knew it had to be this piece of evidence. Now to reel this one in. Thread. The button was attached to the costume by thread, obviously. And that thread snapped when the button was torn off. If you match up the ends of the thread on the costume with the thread of the button, it's a perfect match. Yeah, that's it. They're a perfect match, pal. That's Edgeworth for you. He never misses a beat. He's missed 10 beats already. Come on, the evidence is crap. Come on, Mia, just work with me here. It was ripped off the ninja costume and was found in Engard's Hakama. Hold it! When was this button found? Pretty soon after the body was found, we rounded up everyone who knew Mr. Kurita. Okay, and then we did a search on them all. That's when we found the button. Can you do a body search of everyone who knew Mr. Kurita just based on the fact that he's dead? Like, hey, you childhood friend who knows Mr. Kurita, we're gonna body search you because we wanna. I'm not the expert on, like, Mary Japan's, like, you know, constitutional rights and everything, but that seems suspect to me. Not in real life. Yeah, I got a feeling that doesn't quite work. The police didn't have the free time to lollygag and play tricks, unlike some people. Hey, what is he trying to say about me here? Razghost, hi, welcome. Hope you had an excellent day. The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife. Hold it! How were the fingerprints arranged on the knife? What do you mean, pal? By examining the fingerprints, you can determine how the defendant held the knife. Ah, true. Good to mention, but I am quite sure I chose the, hold on. Give us a minute. Twitch being Twitch again. Thanks for mentioning. Let's see. Give us a hot moment. There you go. That's more like it. Yeah, I am 100% certain I said the thing when I started. It's just Twitch is being Twitch again. Boo. Alright. Thanks for mentioning, though. Alrighty. Also, hey, Twitch being Twitch. Sometimes, yeah. They also sometimes just delete categories for no reason. Like, for a while, Resident Evil 2 Remake was not on there at all. Like, for a long while. I'm not sure if it's still there, but they only had Resident Evil 2, the classic one, and nothing else. No remake. That's pretty bad, and there's other examples too.
I never asked for this.
Since then, thank you for the host. Much appreciated. Alright, for example, did you hold it normally or overhand? Oh, is that what you meant? Well, we didn't actually think of it. Oh god. Please, come on! How do you know? I can't believe the bumbling of this department. I can't either. What the hell? But they do have a hot tub streams category. Yeah. I don't understand. Hopeless, were you paying attention to the testimony, right? Maybe I should just like get a barrel and jump into a barrel and stream this from a barrel and call it a hot tub stream. It'll be fine. The defendant's fingerprints were all over the knife. There is no way to determine how the knife was held at the moment of the murder. Really? So is the defendant the owner of this knife then? The defendant bought the knife for the crime, which makes it a premeditated murder. Hold it! There's no way this was a premeditated murder, even if he bought the knife. Sorry, pal, this isn't some pocket knife. It's an eating knife, come on! It doesn't fold, so it's not great for walking. It's from the... Gumshoe, come on! It's an eating knife. They were eating a steak with it in the other... Didn't the forensics team find the pieces of steak in it? What the hell? Well, this is not good. If the prosecution can prove it was a premeditated murder, we're done for. It was not. Phoenix? Yes? There's something very interesting about what the detective said just now. Think carefully, before it's too late. A button covered in the victim's blood and a knife with Enguarde's fingerprints. Be grateful, if the judge were more rash, he would have already pounded his gavel in closing. We're still in a world of trouble. Well, before any battle, you must find your enemy's weakness. So let's find the weakness in this testimony, no matter how small it may be, okay, Phoenix? Okay, safety save, let's go. I have an idea. It's a butter knife for eat, yeah. Alright, so I think the best option here is this one, the premeditated murder one, and I think Mia was pushing me to try to push something here, right? So, I think since I don't like the knife, I'm gonna say the best option, since, well, we have the knife here, but I kind of like the crime photo, because if they say premeditated murder... Oh, sorry, wait, no, the autopsy report, yeah, this one. Because if it was premeditated murder to buy the knife for the purpose, which again, flimsy, I don't think he bought it anyway. Second, but like, it then killed with a scarf. I think this is I'm gonna go with this one. Damn! I feel that's pretty accurate, come on. What about the knife? Alright, I'll just, hold on. I can't afford to take that damage though, so we'll just redo this. I thought that they were both just good options, but alright. Wait a second. What? So the basis of your argument that this was premeditated murder is simply that my client bought a knife beforehand. That's right, pal. The defendant did not buy this knife. Huh? Take a quick look at the handle of this knife and you'll see what I'm talking about. Huh? It has a Gatewater seal set into the handle. Gatewater? I think I've heard that name somewhere before. That's the name of the hotel, the Gatewater Hotel. Uh-oh. The murder knife was actually property of the hotel. I like the knife too. Yeah, I do, but I feel they were, like, both kind of led through different ways from the same problem. Like, not premeditated because done differently. Which means this murder was not premeditated. Yes, that is very true. This is a very big... Hehehehe. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sorry, but the defense is simply too careless. What? I think whether the crime was premeditated or not has already been determined. How so? I admit this knife is hotel property. There is no one currently on the police force that is dumb enough not to realize this. But I didn't know... The question is... Where did this knife come from? From the hotel. Why, that's obvious. It came from the victim, Mr. Corrida's room. Sorry, Your Honor, but that is incorrect. The victim ate a last meal before he was murdered. With that being the case, I would like to draw the court's attention to what is on top of the table. There's a knife and a fork on the table. Then, where in the world did this knife come from? From Unguard's room. If it pleases the court, I would like for us to recall the room of the defendant, Mr. Matt Unguard. Especially what was on top of his table. There is something missing. Perhaps it is a single knife? True, but that's still like... We investigated the leftover dishes for fingerprints, and while we were investigating, we came to the conclusion that Mr. Matt Unguard's knife was missing. Ugh. That's a terrible murder weapon, though. It's just a hunk of metal that's dull. Yeah, and it wasn't the murder weapon anyway. Why would he carry a knife on a visit? To kill, of course. And with that, I believe the prosecution has proven this was a premeditated murder. See, I also have a second problem, right? My second problem is, hear me out, the definition of a premeditated murder. So let's also ignore for the moment that the actual murdering happened by strangulation. Like that's also, like, even if we take into account that fact and we assume that just he took the knife to go in there to kill the person, but something went wrong or changed his mind, whatever, and did the strangling instead, yeah? The definition of premeditated murder, I'm not sure like how long beforehand you need to actually plan the thing in order for it to be called premeditated. But considering this, they are staying in the exact opposite rooms, between two doors, maybe, let's say, 10 meters apart-ish from each other, right? If, while eating, gets a flash of an idea in his mind to, I need to kill, grab knife, go, and goes into the room and kills, that's not predetermined anyway, no matter if you have the knife to do it from there. Like, that doesn't prove squat about predetermination. Like, that is the definition of not predetermined, then, if they didn't think of doing that in that way before that moment. Like, none of this proves predetermination anyway, no matter what they say about this. Like, the circumstance alone is screaming exactly not predetermined. I will not play this game at all. What a patience. I mean, it's fun. Amazing, Mr. Edgeworth. Absolutely brilliant. A brilliantly clear deduction. Interesting watching, though. I'm glad to hear. It seems like Edgeworth had this planned from the very beginning. This must be one of those traps, and I just walked headlong into it. A murder weapon with fingerprints and a button from the victim's costume. There is quite a sizable amount of evidence here. And it's all bad. Bullshit. Come on. I can safely say that any further deliberation is a waste of your honor's time. Although, I wouldn't mind if the defense were to present evidence not yet shown to the court. Evidence not yet shown to the court is actually illegal, but let's just avoid that problem, right? He means evidence that the court hasn't seen yet. In other words, new evidence. I know. What does the defense have to say about this, Mr. Wright? I would like to show you my finger. Objection. Yes. Well, Phoenix, the judge is favoring the prosecution right now. If we answer with something wrong here, that gavel of his will be ringing out to the sound of our defeat. Safety save. Mr. Wright, do you have something important and necessary to present this court? One of these two? I love how they think Phoenix is a total idiot, yeah. I mean, I'm guessing this? Like it has relation to the something? Maybe? Like, you always need... It's kind of like you have to feel the room or feel the dialogue in if you're saying yes or no to these. Because no is sometimes the right answer, but here I think it's yes, because Edgeworth was like, come on, Phoenix, just show them the thing. There's one. One piece of evidence that catches my attention. Something that this court has yet to see. Mr. Wright, I will say this one more time. I do not feel this trial needs to continue at all. However, I am giving you one chance. American court, not really. It's set... So, the game is usually a little coy in where it's set, in the sense that it's basically based on what I think is like a combination of the Japanese and American court systems and a very caricaturized system of those. It very rarely nails down in which country this takes place. The few times it mentions, it does say America, but the visuals and the places are all kinda Japanese. So the place is kind of like Ace Attorney-landia, Japan, Japamerica. Yeah. One chance and only one. What the judge is saying, right, is I don't try pulling one of your usual bluffs here. Is don't. If I messes up, it's curtains for all of us. You may now present one and only one piece of evidence. Jesus Christ! Look at that damage health bar right there. Like it's all. Wow. Now then, what is this important evidence that you must show to the court? I hope I get this right. I'm not gonna look it up yet. I'm gonna try once and see if I get this. My thinking is, it's a new piece of evidence. The court hasn't seen this because Edgeworth showed this to me at the very end of the whole thing, and I don't think it has come. Sorry, right, but this time your bluffing steered you wrong. I can see nothing strange about this piece of evidence. Wait. I'm a man of my word, Mr. Wright. Oh. Oops! That's enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong the trial. Nor is there any need for more time to decide the case against the defendant. This case is extremely clear. I see no room for misinterpretation of the facts. This court finds the defendant, Matt Ungard, guilty. Oops. The accused was surrendered to the court immediately, to be held pending trial at a higher court within a month from today's date. That is all. This court is adjourned. Well, I think this is the canonical game ending, right? I think we can all agree on this point. I feel that was what the game was desperately trying to hint at me, so I call bullshit on that, but okay. Alrighty. So... Actually, that could be the wrong thing, though. Okay, alright. Okay. I have to... again. This game sometimes does this. Defendant actually innocent, though? It seems so. As far as we know, yes. Okay, so... Does anyone want to take a wild guess of what that piece of evidence is that the game wants us to show the court? I can give this a couple of seconds and show you the list once more. Alright. So, this is indeed what we are supposed to do. We are supposed to be here and pick one. So, I'll go through these one time, and everyone on chat throw us a guess on what you think is the answer. So, Attorney's Badge, Maya's Magatama, the Nickel Samurai Photo, Press Conference Ticket, Radio Transceiver, Lotus Camera, Magazine Clipping, Hotel Guide Map, Guitar Case in the, crime scene, Wine Glass in the crime scene, Crime Photo of the crime scene, Suicide Report, Attempted Suicide Report. This is like when Celeste Impacts killed herself and when Adrian Andrews tried to kill herself. Juan's Autopsy Report, the knife, just, and Jamming Ninja's button. So, the only clue we have is that evidence that the court hasn't seen. Which, strictly speaking, the only three evidence the court has, strictly speaking, seen is Autopsy Report, Knife, and Jamming Ninja's button. However, at least to me, it would make sense to think that everything, that all the evidence we got from, say, Gumshoe, while we were talking with him in the crime scene, would be stuff the court would be aware of, but that's just me thinking again. So, and also, if we are being Maya Fey, Pearl, we could also present a character, that's mechanically possible. I wouldn't go there, but that's also a thing you can do. Gonna go with the wine glass. Okay. Do we have any other guesses? Oh man, I'm gonna need a quick sip of this. Right. Turns out, indeed, wine glass. I take issue with this. Because if the only hint that the game says it's evidence the court hasn't seen, strictly speaking, yeah, the court only saw 3 pieces of evidence that the Edgeworth and Gumshoe just now showed, the autopsy report, the button, and the knife. Fine. Strictly speaking, that's true. However, this wine glass is essentially at the center, it's in the top 2 items of the crime scene of a murder trial that the police found, and according to Gumshoe, and I quote, "Yeah, we noticed that too," talking about when the wine glass was not disturbed and hadn't fallen over. Meaning the police were aware of the wine glass, aware of the fact that it was oddly out of place in that it's intact on the table and not on the floor like everything else was. Check, check, check. In a murder trial, and said police was just on the stand, and moreover, in actual court proceedings, the evidence that's relevant to the case is supposed to be presented at the court before the actual trial anyway. Putting all of that together, and this is a spot where you need to get it 1 out of 1 right or it's game over. Wow. There's no sense and then there's this. Wow. Jesus. Come on. I realize we're in the last case of the game and we need to have, difficulty and stakes, but what the hell, man? Jeez. That's so bad. Please look at the photo in the crime scene one more time, and you should all know this. The scene is a mess because of the victim's struggle against his assailant. Like, how would you... Like, it's still a 1 in 12 shot of random stuff. Like, come on. The vase was broken, his makeup is all over the floor. These were all things that were at one point sitting on top of the dresser. Well, yes, I see your point. I find this curious because I remember from watching YouTube videos about these games that this case is considered not only the best case of this game, but one of the best games in all of the series. I played this on the 3DS a number of years ago. I forgot all of the details, but I do remember I had frustrations with the court sections. I just don't remember why. And I'm starting to remember from this. What the hell? What the hell? However, this glass that is sitting on the top of the dresser is mysteriously untouched. The only thing that had not fallen over along with everything else is this wine glass. This piece of evidence is more than strange enough to warrant further consideration. Well, I can see how it's frustrating. Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. Hey, take a blind guess or die. Well, or take a blind guess and die, really. Like, what? Why? What? Game? Come on. Well, yes, it's a little peculiar. Yes, isn't it? I thought it... Again, even Phoenix Wright feels this idea was like a Hail Mary of random. Like, even he has no clue what to go for here. Like, come on. You can stop looking at me with those puppy dog eyes of yours now. Mr. Edgeworth? What is it, Your Honor? Your opinion. You don't need my opinion, because there is no special meaning to that glass. What? It's safe to say that the glass was set there after the crime took place. By the person who discovered the body, Adrian Andrews, for example. She could have easily been so shocked that she set the glass down without thinking. Yes, in shock, I will pour myself a tomato juice and... yeah, Edgeworth, listen, man, really, just, yeah. That does sound very plausible, Mr. Wright. Could Miss Andrews really have set that glass down without thinking? Safety save. Because that's how people react when surprised. Yeah, I don't... Ugh, there's no way. If I appear weak here, the trial is over. I can look for my proof later. For now, I should trust my instinct and point with certainty. They just might fall for it if you're thought-provoking enough. The defense would like to challenge the prosecution's theory. We would like to see something that proves it was Miss Andrews who set the cup on the table, the glass. You've turned the situation on its head yet again, as usual. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any proof to back up your claim? There's no way he has any, he's just bluffing. Like Mr. Wright, I never say anything unless I have the evidence to support it. Really? Because your murder case is flimsy as fuck. What? This is the best music in the game. You're not thinking hard enough today, right? Did you think this wine glass escaped my notice? Then... Of course it has been thoroughly inspected for fingerprints. Fingerprints? There were only one set of fingerprints left on this wine glass. Only one? Well, whose were they? I mean, he mentioned Adrian Andrews, so... They were not the victims nor the defendants, rather they were one Adrian Andrews. I mean, he just said so, that just earlier, just come on. And yet no one finds that suspect. Yeah, like, right, so the not murder weapon has Unguard's fingerprints on it, taken from the room where Andrews works, and then has a huge-ass button that's clearly planted in some sort of pants, and the crime scene has a wine glass with Andrews' fingerprints on it, and she's not even questioned about this. Oh boy! Police, come on! And she has a motive! Come on! Come on! And she's known to have a relationship with the victim. Yes. Come on! That is why I said that the person who had discovered the body had left it there. Are we done here, Mr. Wright? Grr, I can't believe I fell into another trap. Miss Andrews was probably holding the glass when she went to see Mr. Kurita. But upon seeing its dead body, she was stunned and set the glass down on the dresser. I totally do that all the time too. I just go in crime scenes and just like place my glass on the... Right, good, yeah. What you just said makes a lot... No, it doesn't. Come on. Come on. Now do you see, right? You can't change any part of my scenario as it explains everything all too well. All nice and neat, not a drop spill. She was so shocked, she played it perfectly without it. Like that's what I do as well when I'm shocked. I place my glass perfectly on it. I've thought long and hard this past year about what it means to be a prosecutor. Edgeworth, have you really? Are you sure you've thought hard enough? Come on. Oh boy. Where's my face palm? Yeah, I need to make one probably, I don't know. And from here on out I will show you the answer I have come to discover. Not long or hard enough, yeah. Wait a second, Mr. Edgeworth, I think the prosecution has provided enough evidence for me to enter my verdict. Unfortunately, I cannot allow you to pass judgment yet. You allowed him to pass judgment a second ago when I didn't go along with your stupid-ass wine glass idea. Come on now. Consistency, my dude. The prosecution has yet another witness we would like the court to hear from. Does that someone have a brain? Because I would like to talk to someone who can think for a change. Another witness? Yes. Bailiff, please bring in the next witness. If it's Old Bag, Edgeworth, if you bring out Old Bag, I will make you eat her. With the knife in the evidence court record. Come on. What in the world is Mr. Edgeworth thinking? Good question, Mia. That's the best question anyone's mentioned in this courtroom all day. She's 1 year removed from about 12 perjuries. Come on. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. Witness, your name and occupation, please. Gotcha. Grr. I wonder what happened to that calm composure he had earlier. Oh, Edgy boy, it's been, what, a year since we last met? A year from your 12 perjuries, yes. You should be more happy to see me. I saw the report with her testimony, but who knew that under that helmet... It was the Wicked Witch of the witness stand. I tell you, this time I know what I'm supposed to do. So today I'm gonna tell you anything and everything. Even things that don't have to do with that terrible crime. Miss Witness, that terrible crime is all this court needs to know. Ooh, shush! I'm talking to my dear Edgy Wedgy right now. Don't interrupt us, Gramps. Yes, madam. No, please by all means interrupt her, please. Anyway, Witness, your testimony, please. It's true what they say, that youth are hot-headed nowadays. Not that I mind at all, Edgy. Now then, what should I start with? The witness was on security detail at the hotel on the night of the murder. Is this correct, Miss Oldbag? It was a great job being able to see my dearie Juan. It was almost too much for my little heart to handle. You mean you were a fan of the victim? Look, everyone is crazy over that on guard saying he's cute in a fresh way or something. But not me, I wouldn't say anything so silly. After all, I have no interest in a little child like him. I'm only interested in a real man, Juan Corrida. But those two were the same age. Anyway, as I was saying, I was pacing in front of his room that night. Very well, please tell the court what you witnessed the night of the murder. Leave it to me, Edgy Poo. What you witnessed? Here we go. Anyway, after the ceremony, I went to pace around in the hallway in front of his room. There was something I was interested in finding out, you know? Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye on the whole time. That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. Creeper, yeah. It was Ungard, Matt Ungard. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room. Alright. I need to be aware of one thing. Give us a minute so I just get a thing here. Yeah, okay. So Mr. Ungard came out from the victim's room. I didn't check out the walkthrough this time. There's a thing, again, I'm trying to get all the achievements. There's a thing coming up I was aware of, not quite yet. It has to be him. See, it's a murderer. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Okay, so my first idea is press on the Matt Ungard part. Hold it! You saw my client? Are you sure about that? Yesy. Really? Annoying brat, when I say I saw someone, I saw that person. Where do I get a sense of deja vu? Maybe to avoid a repeat of last year, I should delve into this a bit further. Please tell the court about the man's clothes in more detail. What a troublesome man you are, really, as if something like that matters. But it does. Now, what was it? Oh yes, it was that thing. What thing? That gaudy thing he's always wearing, that racing jacket. Ah, he was wearing that at the detention center too. That thing's meant for nothing but seducing women out of their pantaloons. Men. Right. So, Mr. Wright, was this testimony just now important or relevant in any way? I think yes. Hold on. Hold on. So, I'm not 100% sure on this one. But yes. He said it was still in his costume, and wasn't the button found in the hakama, which is the costume pants, yes? Which are not a part of the racing jacket look, I would imagine. I think it's just normal pants with a racing jacket, right? So yes, I think so. Very important. Of course it was important, Your Honor. Objection! Then perhaps you would like to point out what part of that testimony was important. Don't you see it, Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request what the witness said about the jacket be appended to her testimony. I don't quite see where you're going with this, but alright, witness, please. Oh, well, I don't like to badmouth anyone without a reason, but if I must... He was wearing his flashy racing jacket. Honestly, it's all just for show. Alright, so one more safety save. Let's try. I sure hope I haven't outsmarted myself here. Miss Oldbag. What? Don't say my name for no reason. Do you know what this is? It's button number 2 on the Jammin' Ninja's costume. Now I know she is an obsessed fan. She identified in a single glance. Give it here, give it here. If you don't give it to me, I will punish you with this. Wow, she really is a die-hard fan to want a button covered in blood. This button was discovered on Mr. Ungard's body during a full body search. See? This button proves beyond a shadow of a doubt it was that rascal Ungard. It was caught up in the pleats of his nickel samurai hakama pants. See? And Ungard is the nickel samurai. Witness. Now, it may just be me, and I do have an active imagination. But just now, didn't you say that the defendant, Matt Ungard, was wearing his usual racing jacket? Ah, I'm so sorry. Sorry that you judge people based on what they wear. Okie dokie. Double facepalm. Now hold your tongue still there for a second. So what you saw in actuality was not Mr. Ungard the man, but Mr. Ungard the nickel samurai. But when you think about it, they're really one and the same anyway. But you just lied about the clothes that you saw. Get out of the stand, lock this person in a jail cell, throw the key away, give her some water, and allow her to think about this stuff for 20 years. Miss Oldbag, this is a very important point we're talking about, and you lied on the stand. Leave. Edgy Poo, do you think so too? Well, it might be something worth considering. Just say it's important and agree with me for a change. Witness, think carefully and try to remember as much as you can before you testify. Alright, if you insist. I should be the one sighing, not you. She lied! We're done here! Go! Just off the stand! You're done! Ungard, yes, now I remember. The nickel samurai, that's right, it was the nickel samurai that I saw. Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know? So he must have worn that nickel samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. I knew it. I knew you would say he was inside that costume. What? Did you think there could have been someone else inside that costume? We had this exact same thing a year ago! Like, if you haven't seen or played, like, the first game, the Steel Samurai case, she saw someone in the Steel Samurai costume, which has 0 square inches of bare skin or face, and just said, well, that was definitely Will Powers then, because doobly-doo, haha, it's because he is a Steel Samurai then, haha. Like, good God, we're same thing again. Don't be a bad little boy thinking such rude things. But the possibility does exist. Ah, young uns today, I told you there is no way it was anyone else. How do you know that? Because I said so, and what I say is the truth. At least she's just as delightful a witness as she was a year ago. Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Who I saw. Hold it! Be a little more careful with your testimony, please. Not too long ago, you said he was wearing his racing jacket, and now he's not? Not too long ago? Now let me ask you this. When you were itty-bitty, what was your grand dream? Huh? What did you want to be when you grew up, whippersnapper? My dream, huh? Well, I wanted to be Judge Wagner, hero of the public's court, so what? See? And look where you are now. You're not Judge Wagner, are you? Are you? Well, what I said earlier, who puts any weight into things like that? The now is everything. I can't be held responsible for the past. I need to use that in court too. Your Honor, my client can't be held responsible for the past. The murder was yesterday. The now is important. That... Since when did court become theatrics over testimonies? Honestly, since day one in these cases. All that matters is that man was inside that costume. Isn't that enough? I was looking for that. Oh boy. Okay, hold it. And what would that be? That way no one could see his face, of course, but there's still no advantage for him that I can see. In fact, you would think the costume would make him stand out all the more. You are such an annoying child, you know that? You disagree with everything I say. Isn't that what you're always doing to me? I got it, maybe it was more troublesome for him to change in and out of his costume. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know. He actually didn't know about that, but I don't know if I can prove that here. Hold it! Was there anyone else scheduled to appear at the post-ceremony show? Well, all the contestants were supposed to go on stage in a friendly gesture thing. And that included the jamming ninja? Of course it included him. That's why when Angard came out of dear Juan's room, I didn't give it a second thought. I see. Well, anyway. So he must have worn that nickel samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. Hold it! Let me ask you one last time. The person you saw, it really was the nickel samurai. As showy as ever. Haven't I been saying that from the very beginning? Can I throw in the towel yet? Don't need to think too hard on this one. There's a contradiction in her testimony and it's sitting in plain sight. The question is what that contradiction means for us. Well, I have to figure out what you're talking about first, but okay. You know, like, Mia's sister is in deathly peril and is kidnapped and Mia still won't help me. She's like, well, you need to figure it out on your own, Phoenix. I was like, thanks. Thanks, Mia. Hold it. Would you please get on with your testimony? Watch your language, young man. What sort of tone is that to take with an elder? My youthfulness isn't what it used to be, so you should forgive me for everything. If you keep on barking at me like that, I'll start singing at the top of my lungs. What? A striking figure by the sea, standing all alone is he. He's the nickel samurai. She's actually singing. Someone help my poor ears. Mr. Edgeworth, can you please do something about this racket? Witness, I'll give you a piece of gum later if you'll be good and stick to just the facts. Okay. You promise, right? Right. I'll be sending the bill for the chewing gum to your office at a later date. Remind me to send you a thank you note later too, Edgeworth, old chum. Oh, man. Okay, I've pressed on everything. Now let's... okay. Do I have anything to... Alright. Oh, I actually haven't read this one through yet. Gemin Midnight Rendezvous, a superstar in an ultra-hot mega-secret love scandal. Reliable sources say that Juan Corrida has been getting in close with the mysterious yet beautiful manager to the stars, Miss A.A. Yeah. Did you expect the statement that he wore it while stabbing? Because wouldn't there be blood? I mean, yeah, but I don't... See, the problem is, So yeah. Yeah. I agree with your logic, but the problem is, I don't... I mean... Apart from this promo picture, I don't have an evidence that says that the costume even exists anymore. If that, like, nothing in my court record says that the costume was clean. So I like your logic, and you could actually be right, even. But I don't like how the game built my court record, because I don't have anything about the costume apart from the actual promo picture I have here. I could try this, absolutely, yeah. That could be the right answer, absolutely. But like, no one apart from Oldbag has even said that they've seen the costume after the murder. And Oldbag couldn't be trusted anyway, but I can try. I don't see why not. Right. Yeah, worth a shot, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, I don't want to waste everyone's time essentially trying everything that's even vaguely involves the characters or whatever into both this, and this. I gotta walk through this. There's no way to know. Sure, I suppose. I mean, I do have to disagree with Mia. You do need to think about this pretty hard. So, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Well, we were onto something into which statement to try, but the answer is the knife. Objection! Please take a look at this. Yeah, so it's a knife. Big deal. If you're trying to scare me with that, I'll have you know it won't work. No, that's not my intention at all. That's the knife that was used in the murder, correct? Your Honor, do you know why this piece of evidence is important to this case? See, okay, the logic here is sort of sound, but Mia is pretty much downplaying how hard this is to figure out by saying it's on plain sight, you don't have to think about this too hard. See, the reasoning being, if he was wearing his costume, the costume includes gloves. So the fingerprints on the knife wouldn't come from this. But there is a second problem to this, because it is nonetheless the knife that was used... I do find a hole in this one too, because it makes sense with one exception though. Because the knife having the fingerprints is related to the fact that it's used by Ungard while he was eating at some point during the day. Now, if said knife was grabbed by a person who is then wearing gloves, would they have been wiped off? Sure, maybe. But all of that still begs the question, why did the knife have any fingerprints to begin with? Because whoever placed the knife there was obviously using gloves anyway to plant the knife into the thing. So the fingerprints on the knife are anyway from him eating earlier. So this is kind of... There is a through line of sense, which is a touch better than a complete what in the actual hell, but it doesn't quite hold up, though. You don't even have to ask, it's because of the defendant's fingerprints are on it. Is that what you're driving at? That is exactly what I'm driving at. What are we driving at, and whose car are we driving? If Mr. Ungard was really in the nickel samurai costume at the time of the murder, then it's impossible for his fingerprints to have been left on this knife. Actually, he would have wiped all previous fingerprints on this knife right off. Oh, that's right, the nickel samurai wears gloves, doesn't he? Objection! He probably took his gloves off before he began to stab. Edgeworth! You're smarter than this. And why would he do something like that? To leave his prints on the murder weapon? There's no way he would do something like that. However, there is one possibility. Then let's hear your possibility. It's very simple. The defendant went to the victim's room while in costume as the nickel samurai. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. From you who said it's premeditated. Right. He was probably just going to relax and talk with the victim about the stage show with the knife in hand. Come on! Which is why he took his gloves. But the murder still did take place. It's well known that there was bad blood between the defendant and the victim. Edgeworth, listen. Dude, listen. Even if you really want to hold on to the idea of Ungard did it, even you know from your own autopsy report that the knife was put into the victim after death. So what you're trying to say is that the victim, that Ungard went into the room with a knife with him to have a lovely chat at first, yes? But then things somehow went, and during that lovely chat with the knife with him from his room that he was eating with, he took his gloves off, because that's what you do with in a lovely chat. Then the talk went bad. He strangled Corrida. And then, with the gloves still off, when Corrida's dead, he grabs that knife and pushes it into Corrida for no reason, and leaves. Puts gloves back on and go. Edgeworth, what the hell are you talking about here? Are you sure you just didn't lose a bit of something during your year in wherever you were? Ah, come on. Yes, I have heard that before. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about Mr. Edgeworth's theory? It's BS. Start to finish nonsense, come on. Let me get this straight. Edgeworth's theory goes like this. When the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intention of killing him. Now, up to this point, are there any problems with this theory? I mean, yes, but will the game let us know of one? Okay, how do I prove the contradiction? Because I need to have the evidence to actually prove it, though. I feel like I'm so off touch with what the logic the game is trying to build here, I might need to check the walkthrough to just not waste time here. Because I'm so not buying the through line of the court scene here. Like, I'm so on a different train here, like, come on. Yeah. One of the problems I mentioned, yeah. This theory contradicts something in an earlier testimony. What are you babbling about? Now, for argument's sake, let's suppose Mr. Ungard was the killer. If that's the case, I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. This knife, this was used by Mr. Ungard at dinner. Yes, we did establish that. Which means that if my client was in fact, the bad thing is that you can't bring in Ungard's testimony. Yeah, that's the real problem with this one, that you can't, like, you can't bring up testimony as evidence. Or previous witness testimonies in the courtroom. That's kind of a mechanical issue at points. Which means that if my client was in fact the killer, then he brought this knife with him when he went to visit Mr. Corrida. It's, on one hand, it's a problem, because sometimes we would like to, but on the other hand, I also get it, because it would add so many more variables for the guessing game that it would be impossible to, or it would be so much more impossible to then know the really hard questions to solve if you would have all of the testimonies as well. It's kind of difficult to, like, how do you approach that? But it's sometimes, you know, the obvious things just kind of like, come on. I suppose, however, you just said it yourself. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. If that were true, then why would he bring a knife? He wouldn't, would he? Which means, Mr. Edgeworth, your theory was flawed from supposition 1. And one more thing. If the murderer was wearing the costume at the time of the murder, then there should be glove marks left on the knife. Which means the defendant's fingerprints shouldn't be all over it like bees on a hive. And that brings me to my final point. This knife was planted by the real killer to hide their identity and mislead us. Order, order, I say, order in the court. Was this knife really planted by the killer? Why would the murderer do such a thing? Why would the murderer do such a thing? To frame Ungard, come on now. It's to frame my client, Mr. Ungard, of course. To frame. Objection! Aren't you forcing the interpretation just a little too hard on this one? Edgeworth, I think I'm not the one forcing an interpretation. You're serious, like... This is not the same Edgeworth from the first game, like, come on! You're dumber than Gumshoe, like, serious. Like, even Gumshoe said, and I quote, "We're having a little too much evidence." Even Gumshoe said that. Gumshoe. Gumshoe. Like Edgeworth, come on! Come on! Objection! But we just established that the witness saw the nickel samurai in costume. And if that were true, then there shouldn't be a single fingerprint on this knife. Grr! Witness! Looks like I've made your life a tiny bit more difficult, huh, Edgy Poo? Grr. Witness, did you or did you not really see the nickel samurai? Well, I guess at first I might have forgotten, but... Are you saying you mixed up Mr. Unguard with the nickel samurai, his character on TV? But I mean, I can't really do anything about that now. Look, I was waiting around in front of their doors because, well, I wasn't waiting around for the nickel samurai, that's for sure. She wasn't waiting for the nickel samurai. Alright then. Who were you waiting for... waiting around for then? Well, it's obvious, right? That's top secret to anyone outside of security. I have a feeling that you were waiting for Mr. Juan Corrida. Am I correct, witness? Stalker? Yeah. Haha. The way you think, you are a sad amateur with a terrible case of nearsightedness. Amateur? Me? What am I an amateur of? So Oldbag was waiting around in front of the victim's room. Alright. But it doesn't sound like she was waiting for to catch a glimpse of Mr. Corrida. Maybe Phoenix. Maybe the old bag was waiting around for that person. Mia, come on, help out here. If it's who I think Mia's hinting at, it's certainly possible. Miss Oldbag. You were waiting for this person to come out of the victim's room, weren't you? Okay, so neither the victim or the defendant. Who's left? Adrian Andrews or Lotta? Right? Like, who else could it be but 50-50 of these two? Because no one else is, like, even nearby. Like, she's dead. He's in the, like, whatever main hall something. Edgeworth is God knows where. Francisca is at the police station or in her other case somewhere before the murder. Gumshoe police station. Pearl's probably with me somewhere. And Maya, same thing. It's a 50-50 shot of Adrian or Lotta. My gut says Lotta. I'm gonna say Oldbag doesn't strike me as a person who lets anyone anywhere, but maybe Lotta just because maybe he saw Lotta sneak into the room or something. Or was that's not a bad idea. Could be bribed with a photo of the guy. That's true. That's true. Okay, let's. I have a safety save. I'm gonna try. I think I have a safety save. Damn. What are you talking about, Phoenix? She could have waited until the next century and this would never have appeared. Oh, come on. What do you think you're doing flirting in my courtroom? You weren't doing anything like that, honest. Well, back to the drawing board on this one. Oldbag was waiting around. I'll just safety save. It's... yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I don't know. I would have guessed that as well. No worries. Like, that was my gut feeling too. Well, 50-50 and then the other one. Who is this person? This is Adrian Andrews, Mr. Unguard's manager. But why would the defendant's manager be in the victim's room? It seems that this is the latest rumor in circulation, Your Honor. Oh, this is, Ha, I see. The judge seems to be really into the article, if it can be called such a thing. Then this manager with the initials AA, are you saying it's Adrian Andrews, without a doubt? The witness thought so as well. Looks like you found me out. Well, that's fine. I can throw away this whole sworn to confidentiality stuff then. Witness, what in the world are you... Watch out, Phoenix. I've got a bad feeling about this. A very bad feeling. I got some information, some very secret information from a certain source. That's why I was doing my own little investigation in secret, of course. But what for? Oh, just for myself, personal reasons and all that. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, how will you proceed from here? I really don't want to do this, however I cannot simply let this point slide. I see. Very well then, witness, please testify about the secret information. Get ready, this is gonna take the wind out of you young'uns. I'm sure we're all capable of handling this, really, it's not like we're 10 years old. Alright, secret information, let's go. That Unguard is one evil, evil man. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal. So to do that, he sent his own manager to get in close with Juan. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. Oh, and this is top secret, you got that? Nobody else but you and me know it yet, okay? The defendant sent his manager? What a distasteful topic for this court. What? Nobody's above gossip. And isn't there a saying, the truth is never pleasant? I haven't heard of that one, and that doesn't strike me as true either. Never heard that one before. Mr. Edgeworth, what about this Adrian Andrews person? We have looked into this matter, and found that the truth of the article proposes is, in fact, baseless gossip. But should this be true, then this proves that the defendant did bear ill will towards the victim. So this means I have to smash this rumor once and for all. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Be careful, the old bag seems rather excited right now. That's right, Unguard is nothing but your average foul-blooded youth. Well, as the old saying goes, you've got to burn old bags with fire. Time to fire up the afterburners and hit the highway to the danger zone. I mean, I'm in. We can just... Let's go. Secret information. Hold it! Wait. What? I'm a busy woman, tea time with the kids is over. Secret information that no one else knows yet. If that's true, then how do you know this secret information? Well, that's because I'm a pro. Yes, that's it. It's a secret. Even if you drilled a hole into my brain, you'll never find out. How in the world did that old bag get such a secret piece of information? If you don't be a good girl and tell me where you got the secret information, you won't get to go home today. Edgy-poo, what are you doing? Help me. What do I have to do with this? Just do this for me. You'll get your reward. I don't want your reward, but you don't leave me much of a choice. Objection! The witness could have gotten her information from anywhere. It's even possible that it was spontaneously made up inside the witness's head. Honestly, I believe Edgeworth's idea, though. Lotus camera. I mean, yeah. And he lectures me on reckless blabbering. As long as we don't know where this information came from, it's quite a waste of time to focus on this line of question. What do you mean? Judge, what the hell? Well, we don't know where this information came from, so it's pointless to ask. What the Ah! My brain! Ah, what the dude? So, in a courtroom, a witness presents information. We try to ask where this information comes from, and the judge points out, well, I mean, if we don't know where it comes from, it's pointless to ask where it comes from. Oh. 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 Okay. Where did Oldbag get her inside information? There has to be something I can use to figure it out. Sounds like just another tidbit of gossip, doesn't it? But you can't just ignore it either. It makes your client look bad either way. Well, I don't think I heard anything really out of the ordinary just now. There has to be something we can catch her on. Yeah, when I find it, I'm gonna press the heck out of it. Maybe she did steal Lotta's camera and that's how she has the information. Okay, so press first. So no one else is supposed to know the secret information, correct? If that's true, then why do you know it, Miss Oldbag? Why are you looking at me like that? Stop that. Witness. I hate to say it, but this is how you came to acquire the secret info, isn't it? There you are. Good thinking. The investigative photographer Lotta Hart. Oh yes, I remember that mischievous girl. She reported that she had lost a certain note she had written to herself. She reported such a... Oh, there was a note as well. That's true. On that piece of paper, she had written down some of her outrageous... I mean impressions about the relationship between the victim and Miss Andrews. What? Outrageous ideas, you say? No, I said impressions. Then everything written on this piece of paper is completely meaningless. Ha! That's it. That's the note. No, you see, this is something completely different. This is my top secret list of groceries to buy. Then you are the one who took Miss Hart's note. I'm a huge fan of Juan's, that's why. That infamous puffy-haired whippersnapper. She's working with that evil Ungard. She said so herself. Ungard, I'm his sidekick. She was so happy, smiling like a silly duck. I was only checking that what she had written. Anchi-poo, you believe me, don't you? I was only trying to help out like the angel I am. It's only one little piece of paper. I have never taken anything else before. Except for the camera. You really should come with a supply of cheese to match your vintage wine. Well, it was only a piece of paper. I suppose we can overlook this just once. She looks like she's really sorry. Should I forgive her? No. If I let up on her now, she'll get away. I have to find some way to inflict a deafening blow to the prosecution. Witness. You said that the only thing you stole was that note. Is this correct? Stole? Why don't you listen more carefully, you annoying brat? I saved this piece of paper from the terribly lonely trash can, that's all. You're lying, damn it, and I can prove it. Are you putting my credibility under scrutiny again? Miss Oldbag. I don't believe that the note is the only thing that you stole that night. I mean, again, camera. Miss Oldbag, that note was with a camera inside its case, wasn't it? A camera? Yesterday Lotta Hart was raising a huge stink over her camera. She kept saying something like, my sweetie $1,600 camera disappeared on me. Why, witness. What is it, Gramps? If you have the note, then it is only logical that you have the camera too. Grr. Looks like you found me out again, Sonny. Is this the camera you're looking for? That's... What? Even though I look like this, I'm still a person, you know? I still eat meals like you, I fall in love and borrow things from people. I think the definition of borrow is a little off. I saw that woman's business card and that's when I noticed it said, Slimebag Celebrity Photographer Extraordinaire. Well, when I saw that, I had to know that sort of pictures he had taken. I'm a professional security guard, it's my business to know these things. Bailiff, check this camera's photos, hurry. We must examine them at once. And throw old bag in jail forever. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do we have? There's only one photo that seems to be relevant to this case. Please present it to the court. This is the Nickel Samurai. Again, that proves nothing. See, I told you, that's the guy I saw. This proves that the witness was not lying earlier about this matter. About this photo... Yeah. What does this all mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photo by itself does not prove that the person in it is the defendant. However, in his own confession, Mr. Engard clearly stated that at the time of the murder, he was still in his Nickel Samurai costume. If that's the case, then this Nickel Samurai is the defendant. How did it come to this? I think this brings us to the end. We have examined every piece of evidence thoroughly. Final comments, Mr. Wright. The court will consider them before we close. Do you agree that this photo is decisive evidence against your client? No! For all I know, the photo is a fake or whatever, or taken last Tuesday. Alright, hold on. The photo is not dated, that's for one. Well, okay, it says right after the murder. Fine. Fine. Well, I had the other photo. No blood is one. I mean, so here's the thing. There's almost no blood in the stab wound anyway, so that's one. Hold on. I'm trying to see if there's like noticeable differences or something. Well, the trident's not there, but I don't think that's super relevant. Ah, I got one. Cool. It's super not that this. If this is decisive, then we're done for. If I raise an objection here and blow it, then I would put Maya's life in jeopardy. I can't make a mistake here. There's only one road out of this mess. I can safely save, but I think I have one. This photo that Lotta took, there's something strange with it. There's something strange with this photo. I knew this was coming, right? Did you now? Your thoughts, Mr. Edgeworth. I think we can all agree there's nothing strange with this photo. Well, you're wrong! I already saw something. There's no way for the defense to debunk this photo, even with a bunker buster. I have a pair of eyes and a brain. That'll do. Debunk with a bunker buster? Is that what you're planning to do, Mr. Wright? Anyway, please look at the photo one more time. If you really believe you can honestly find something wrong with this photo, then you should only need one chance, correct? Well, I have to find something wrong with this photo. I can't let this chance go by. Where in the heck did she take this photo from anyway? It's all out of focus. Why can't she take a good shot, especially when it counts? Now then, let's hear your objection. What about this photo is strange? Again, one shot the whole thing. At least this time you can work it out, but dude, this case is hard. Okay, is anyone else with me, or should I say Right. My thinking, well, actually this is pretty cruel, because now I can no longer go to the court record to see what's, like, to compare it with anything. That's pretty cruel. Look here, though. I'd like to direct the court's attention to this area right here. What are you pointing to? His ankles? If you could see this person's ankles, that would be one thing. However, you can't. The hakama doesn't fit in the photo. They're too long. And what does that mean? The costume person in this photo could not have been Mr. On Guard. What is the meaning of this? Objection! I wonder if you'd care to elaborate with actual facts, that is. Let's take a look at the Nickel Samurai's poster. Please pay particular attention to the area around the bottom of the hakama. To be fair, a similar problem appeared in the first game with the Steel Samurai case. It was probably at the back of my mind there. His socks, you can see his socks. Exactly. However, in this photo, the Nickel Samurai is clearly holding his hakama up just to walk. There is only one explanation for this. The person inside this costume is clearly much shorter than the defendant. Alright, I think I've turned things around for myself this time. That's curious. What is? Edgeworth is unusually calm today. That's true. We haven't seen Edgeworth in a year, though. He could have been to Tibet for all we know, and he's always calm. He's just letting the trial run itself, as if he's only along for the ride. Along for the ride? What do you mean by that? I can only guess that perhaps he doesn't feel under attack at all. Doesn't feel under attack? Then I haven't damaged his case at all. Mr. Edgeworth, where does this leave us? If the person in this photo is not Matt Ungard, then everything the prosecution has tried to prove has become meaningless. He found himself, yeah? I figured it would come to this. I would have loved for you to figure it when we got the guilty verdict a minute ago. Just saying, or a moment, 15 minutes ago. What? Right, I have something I want to ask you. I think you have proven that the person inside this costume is not Matt Ungard. In that case, who is this a photo of? I mean, I'm still currently pointing at Andrews. She's I mean, we haven't learned Andrews' height, but she did mention that she doesn't have much of a stature, like physical. So, who is the person wearing the Nickel Samurai costume? Don't stress out over this, Phoenix. It's very simple. What you should be focused on is Edgeworth's attitude, don't you think? Yeah, why is he so calm? Mr. Wright, let's hear your thoughts. I mean, Edgeworth is calm because didn't we talk with Edgeworth that we think Andrews is the one or something already? Oh. Who is the person in this photograph? It's secretly my attorney's badge! Alright. Okie dokie. Adrian. There you go. Adrian Andrews? If you want to know who that Nickel Samurai is, it's none other than this woman. And why would you say it must be Miss Andrews? What in the world points you to her? For starters, she's short. And she can freely move in and out of Mr. Ungard's room. Finally, she had dinner with Mr. Ungard that night. And how does that all add up? I mean, that it makes it very easy for her to get a certain item. A certain knife with Mr. Ungard's fingerprints all over it. The knife that was used as a murder weapon. Why don't you just say what it is you want, right? I have to do this now. This is my last chance to turn things around. The defense moves to indict Miss Adrian Andrews in the murder of Juan Corrida. It was Miss Andrews who tried to frame the defendant for the crime. Order, order, order! It looks like this trial has hit a most unexpected development. Judge, I'd like to point out, again, every single evidence and testimony and everything you had was utter nonsense from the get-go. I think this is the expected development. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. This court is issuing a subpoena for Miss Adrian Andrews. A verdict cannot be passed without first hearing her testimony. Alright, this is it. This is kind of bad for us. What do you mean? If Adrian Andrews is summoned to court as a witness, it means that the trial will go on for another day. One more day. If I don't get a verdict today, then Maya... Now then, we shall set Miss Andrews' testimony for tomorrow. What am I supposed to do? The judge is about to adjourn the court. Objection! Now then. Objection! Please, Your Honor, continue the trial. You must pass a verdict today. I can't do that. We cannot hear Miss Andrews' testimony if she is... Hold it! I abhor wasting such valuable time. Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request that you please continue with today's trial. But... we cannot continue due to this unexpected development. Unexpected development? I think you underestimate me, Your Honor. I think your stuff has been pretty flimsy today, Edgeworth, so I don't know if your head's on straight right now. And what do you mean by that? That Mr. Phoenix Wright would slave his way to subpoenaing Miss Adrian Andrews is all happening according to plan, even if Wright was a bit slow to catch on. What? Again, the game over a minute ago did seem a little unfitting to this storyline, but it's fine. It's fine. What is the meaning of your statement, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Adrian Andrews is currently waiting in the prosecution's lobby. She's the next witness. Everything was planned out in advance by that man. Somehow, I knew there was no way Edgeworth would overlook Miss Andrews. Looks like this battle is far from over. Exactly. Very well. We will call the next witness. However, before we proceed, we shall take a 10-minute recess. Please prepare your witness in that time, Mr. Edgeworth. The court will now take a 10-minute recess. To be continued. God damn. That's a roller coaster. All we know about Maya's whereabouts is that she got the door open, but we have no idea what happened after she got the door open. She hasn't showed up to us yet, so... if she has escaped, we have no knowledge of this. Plus, I'm pretty sure... I think... I'm now wondering if we heard Maya just before the court... started today when the killer called us. I'm not sure, but at least there has been no word from Maya after the moment of the door was opened. So we don't know. All right. March 22nd, 2:14 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 3. Dude, I can't believe that Adrian. No way. Not cool and collected Adrian Andrews. She's your manager. It would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The only person who had easy access to the knife you used at dinner was, well, her. So after the ceremony during the break, huh? I was sleeping like a log the entire time. See, she could have also easily planted that blood-covered button in your hakama. Because she was the one that came to wake me up. Then, dude, you're saying it really was her? Yes, she's the real killer. She was the one who murdered Juan Corrida. But why? I thought she was buds with Juan. She has her own agenda. Her own agenda? What are you talking about? I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial's over. It'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of the day. Get me a verdict that's refreshing like a spring breeze, okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude? Phoenix. You think her motive is related to Celeste Inpax's missing suicide note, right? Yes. Miss Andrews depended on Miss Inpax as her strength and reason to live. But then Miss Inpax suddenly killed herself. It sounds like she left a suicide note and the person thought to have been hidden it, is Juan Corrida, the victim of this murder. And that's why I think that Miss Andrews got close to Mr. Corrida, all to get the suicide note back. That sounds plausible, but one thing bothers me. What? Who was it that first told us about the relationship? Edgy Poo. Better stated, Miss Andrews' dependency issues with regards to Miss Inpax. He was Edgeworth. It looks like he's still the one in command of the ship. Don't let your guard down yet. March 22nd, 2:25 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 3. Court will now reconvene. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you please. The prosecution calls the witness subpoenaed by this court. Miss Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Mr. Juan Corrida's room. Still the card, huh? What is your occupation? I am the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Matt Ungard. I see. Now then. Before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request. Yeah, sure. What is it? I'm sure everyone in this room is wondering the same thing, and would love to find out more about your relationship with the victim. After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently. No, I have no idea what you mean. I have never even heard of Gossipland. If the judge was ever a prosecution witness, he'd do all my work for me. Anyway, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relation to the victim. Yes, I was seeing Mr. Corrida. I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan. But this was a private matter between Juan and myself. So it was a fry and bait matter, or was that bait and fry? Reminds me of fishing. But I didn't kill him. No one is accusing you of that. I think there's someone who would beg to differ. I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews. Very well then, witness, please testify to the court about what happened when you discovered the murder that had taken place. When I found the body, let's go. It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room. And there was his dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was, naturally, the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. I mean, that's what I do too. When I find dead bodies, my first instinct is to just like go to the fridge near the body and just pour myself a good glass of juice. Like that's the ticket when you discover a dead body. Yep, like, again with the juice, like that... Oh boy. Yeah, sadly I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of a crime, and I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing. And that is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor. Yeah, but what about the costume, though? We kind of established that you were in the costume, so what the hell? It would still not have fingerprints if she was in the costume with the... She is one cool and collected customer and she has the brains to match. Yes, I know. In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You should disrupt her pacing. Disrupt her pacing? She's the type of woman who is easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking. So you have to attack when she least expects it. The instant you let up on your offense is the instant this trial is over, alright? So attack when she's not expecting it. So, where were the drugs going? Swear to me! That kind of thing. Alright. Like, okay, hold on. Hold it! This is the photo you're referring to, correct? Yes, the one with the knife lodged in his chest. And the guitar case was like this too? Yes, it was open and empty, of course. And then, what did you do next, witness? Alright, alright. Hold it! Juice? Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself. But you didn't drink any of it, did you? Huh? There were no lip marks left on this wine glass to suggest that anyone drank from it. I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down without drinking it. Okay, I find a dead body. My first thought is, I could use a drink. Just grab a bottle next to the body, pour myself a drink, and like, I don't know, and just leave it there. Right. Good. I'm glad this is all making total sense. It doesn't sound like there's any glaring contradictions in her testimony just now. I warned you earlier that she would not crack so easily. The only way to make her is to keep on the offensive and not let up. The only way you're gonna catch her is with some very strong, decisive evidence. Find something, just have to. Maya's sake. Alright. Hold it! And what was Mr. Ungard doing at the time? He was taking a nap. He was worn out from his mini-performance as the Nickel Samurai during the ceremony. Mr. Ungard did say he was taking a nap. And I guess you could say it could not have been taken out of his room, correct? Yes? Excuse me? It? What are you... Objection! Right, I thought years of school would have taught you how to construct a sentence. If you can't make a sensible sentence with a subject, then I'll make one for you, watch. Did you, Miss Andrews, remove Mr. Ungard's knife from his room? No. Subject, verb, object, right, did you skip basic grammar? The witness may continue. After that, I went to Juan's room. And why did you do that? As a friendly gesture, Juan was to make an appearance with the other heroes. I mean, let's not forget, about half an hour ago, Edgeworth said that Ungard was doing a friendly gesture by carrying a knife with him to a meeting. So, you know, friendly gestures be very, it is a loose idea, it seems. So the show was supposed to be a show of friendship, huh? Press photo. Is that the only reason? I beg your pardon? What are you implying? You had a certain goal in mind when you started to get close to him, correct? Perhaps you had a more personal matter to discuss with the victim. Safety safe to be sure. Sorry, but I didn't have any such intentions in mind at the time. Can't get you to talk without a strong piece of evidence, I guess. May we continue now? Witness, what did you see when you got this from? Hold it! You were in shock. What? Was I not supposed to be? Miss Andrews is a very calculating person, and despite how close they were, I doubt she had romantic feelings for Mr. Corrida. Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock. And you can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be shocked. Edgeworth, that is a very superficial take on a human psychology. I expect better from you. Come on now. Somehow, I don't think beauty has anything to do with it. There we go. Phoenix and me, same page. I see. Miss Andrews, I would like to confirm... Well, half same page. I like more than just beauty, but point being, age and beauty doesn't say much. Miss Andrews, I would like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Corrida, you were in great shock. And that's when you poured yourself a glass of juice, correct? And what of it? My mind really was a complete blank at the time. Your mind was a complete blank. Didn't think that was possible for you. Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake, that one thing. What one thing? Never mind, it's no big deal. What was she trying to say? Go on. Miss Andrews, I'm convinced that as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what this mistake was. Yeah, the card keeps going and it has the killer... Well, it has the same logo as the card that Maya found where she was being held by the killer, so it's clearly connected to the whole thing, but we just can't ask about it yet. Actually, so would I. I'm sorry, it's kind of embarrassing. Honestly, this is so embarrassing already. I think the bar is set pretty low, so yeah. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over. Aha! I think we have her. Flower vase? Are you talking about the one on the floor on the crime photo? This mess of glass shards? It was originally on top of the dresser, but when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case. Aha! That's a lot of... okay, that's multitude's problem. Number one, then that means it essentially removes pretty much all of the signs of struggle from the crime scene. That's one. Which means that Corrida might have been just poisoned. No, not poisoned, because there was nothing about that in the autopsy. But surprised without a struggle, something. Second, the guitar case had was wet only from the top and not from the inside. The case is open in the photo, therefore the case was closed when she pulled the vase or dropped the vase over the whole thing. Boom, boom. I'm sorry. I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, that people would simply assume the vase was just another part of the mess. Whoa. Come on. That is... Ooh. It looks like another fact has come to light here. Please add this and anything else you have to reveal to your testimony. I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else. I was the one who knocked above it where it fell on the guitar case. Eat a grenade! Here we go! Come on! Boom! Guitar case was what I chose. You testified that you knocked the flower vase over. Is this correct? Yes. And are you sure it fell onto the guitar case? Is there some problem with what I said? It's not some problem, it's a major problem. It's true, the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what is so strange. Miss Andrews, you testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, if that was true, the case should have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside. That's very true. Furthermore, there is one other strange thing about this guitar case. And what is that? Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. The remains of the vase are scattered on the floor. And what is wrong with that? If the guitar case was open when the vase fell, the glass shards should be inside, not outside of the case. Objection! What is your point, right? That the case was closed at the time of the vase was knocked over? Is that all? Objection! No. Think back to what Miss Andrews testified to. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else. Yes, that's right. She did implicitly say that she didn't touch the guitar case. Objection! But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. It has no bearing on this case at all. That may very well be. However, the empty guitar case does seem to have no relation in this case, doesn't it? It seems that there is no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Okay, something's up. Why was it open? It means either she opened it or someone was there after her. After Karita was dead. Come on now. Wake up. Well, Mr. Wright, do you think we need to hear more details about the guitar case? Yes! The empty guitar case. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle. I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this, but it is you. I can't believe I'm doing this either. Alright, I'll follow along for now. Miss Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case. Yes, Your Honor. The guitar case, alrighty. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. Wonder if that's what the suicide note was. Could be, I don't know. Although, I'm trying to think why the person who hit the note wouldn't destroy it. Like, the implied point of the... I mean, I guess it could have had some, like, crucial information that was useful, but I don't know. But it could be. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. Not a big deal, though, right? The case was empty after all. Or maybe she was looking for the note in there? Or maybe she found it there? As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. I think you know. It looks like this really wasn't a very important point. This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting. Anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination. Using any way to change the topic, a convenient escape for a weak man. Alright. The guitar case. Hold it! During your testimony just now, did you remember those events clearly in your mind? Well, you see... Are you sure you are the one who opened the guitar case? She's waiting for someone to tell her if she should answer or not. Sounds like her dependent side is taking over. Well, Miss Andrews? Yes, it was me. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. Hold it! So, you opened the guitar case then? Yes, well, maybe. Why did you open the guitar case? Mr. Corrida's dead body was right there in front of you, wasn't it? I would think that the first thing you would do is call for help, not open a guitar case. Objection! As the witness has said multiple times, when she found the dead body, she was dazed. Maybe I was curious to know if the bright red guitar was alright or not. I thought maybe the criminal took it. Why would she care about the bright red guitar? But getting back on topic. And if the criminal would have taken the guitar, it would have been more more incognito to, like, it's very conspicuous. Meaning, a bright red guitar strikes the eye more than a guitar case with the bright red guitar inside it. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. Hold it! Was it really empty? I was just wondering if maybe when you opened the case, the guitar was still inside. Objection! How long have you been a lawyer, Mr. Wright? Have a little professionalism. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. These trials would be over in half the time if you would just pay attention. Yes, pay more attention, Mr. Wright. Sorry. I didn't think the guitar was there, but I'm thinking that there was something else in there, as in, for example, the note. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. Hold it! Was that because you were shocked and dazed at discovering the victim's body? Yes, that's probably it. I'm not going to get anywhere if I continue pressing her like this. The only way to make her talk is with evidence. I guess I should give it a try. Come on, Phoenix, we can't afford to let up on her now. I wasn't planning on letting up, but she's at her weakest now, so now this is our chance. Yeah, if we had a weapon to hit her with. I'm sure a weapon is hiding somewhere in the court record waiting to be found. Alright. Oh. Fingerprints. There's only Corrida's fingerprints on the guitar case. Therefore, she didn't open it, apparently. Because her fingerprints are on the wine glass. Or the wine glass which has the juice, so she was leaving fingerprints there, but there are no fingerprints on the guitar case, apart from Corrida's. This has gotta be it. Yes! There is no way you were the one who opened the guitar case. Why would you say that? It's elementary, my dear. Because the only fingerprints on this guitar case are those of the victim. Ah. What is it, Miss Andrews? You shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I touched the case. What do you mean? What if I were to tell you that I was wearing gloves at the time? Nope, wine glass! Nope. But why would you be wearing gloves at the time? It was the night of the awards ceremony, so of course I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now I remember. I'm almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems the witness was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime. In costume, yes. But, again, the glass. The glass has her fingerprints, see? See? So, if costume, sure. But she already did... So yeah, you could be right. Like maybe what the chronology is that she went there, she like poured a drink there, you know. So cool. Okay, back up. So it's perfectly possible that the chronology we're looking for is she went in there to have a chat, or no, she went in there with whatever she wanted to do as herself, like carrying a... I'm still wondering, like are there two costumes? Because the costume in question was on guard as he was sleeping all this time. So does Andrews have a spare costume of this or what? Anyway, let's assume that's somehow the case, right? Anyway, because we know someone in that costume walked out of it who was not on guard. So let's assume that she put the drink there while not in costume, okay? And indeed, maybe then killed on guard, then put the costume on, and with said gloves on, opened the guitar case. That could be it, but in a step-by-step build, that is the evidence now here that is the contradiction in what she's stating, though. Like, that doesn't fit to her current story, because she has not mentioned having a suit, nor only brought up the gloves now, and wearing gloves at the scene of the crime is not correct, not congruent with the glass. Point by point, step by step. Let's not outsmart ourselves 3 steps forward. I've made that mistake many times over already. We're wearing gloves, isn't that a little strange? Why is that strange? Do you have something that prove I was not wearing gloves at the time? It's the glass! Eat that! I have your proof right here. This wine glass. The wine glass? You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass. Ah. Even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange that you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? Whoa. Glad she has a spare pair of glasses, damn. Whoa, Jesus. Alright. Order. Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time. What do you mean? I believe that guitar case plays a very important role here. But it's just an empty case. I wonder if it really was empty, though. But the guitar, the bright red guitar, was at the studio. Phoenix, drop all of your presumptions. What was in the guitar case was not the bright red guitar. You don't mean it was a bright white guitar? Wait, that's not right either. I admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that. So the witness was not wearing gloves despite the fact that on the case... Objection! Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. Steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lull us all into his misguided... I've gotten an actual, real, not guilty verdict of truth every single time you've fought me, my dude. Just to come on now. Objection! No, Your Honor. Please recall that Miss Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means that the case was closed when the crime took place. However, it is wide open in this photo of the crime scene. I am sure this guitar case has some relation to the murder. Objection! If you are so sure, right, then I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, correct? Please enlighten us as to why that guitar case has anything to do at all with this murder. Because it is a part of the crime scene that has been disturbed. My dude, what's wrong with you? Come on! Can you do that, Mr. Wright? Again, that's not how proof of burden works. Burden of proof works. Well, let's suppose for a second that the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case. The bright red guitar not being the only thing. You don't mean to suggest that the bright black guitar... Objection! So, you intend to push your theory that the case was not empty. Is that right? I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove... safety save. Deflate that head of yours. You haven't proven anything yet. Now then, let's have it. What was... Yeah, the idea of the suicide note is not a bad one, but let's see here. Because it could be it, yeah. Okay. Or the costume. A spare costume or something. Maybe the guitar case is not at all the guitar case that belongs to Corrida. No, but it has the fingerprints, though. But still, it would be an excellent way to smuggle the costume inside the room, because we know that she went out of the room with the costume on. I think that's the answer. I'm wondering how Corrida's fingerprints got on the thing, but still, I'm liking the idea. A brain flash. Wouldn't it then have her prints if she brought it in? True. But I'm still, like, the fact remains, she somehow put herself into the costume to leave the room, though. That much we do know. Okay, why wouldn't it then have the... Corrida is the victim. Okay, this may be a little bit of a... okay, bear with me, right? Because this... bear with me. I think maybe I might have reached an idea here, so... So here's right. So I still think it's the costume that was in the guitar case, and I'm gonna try and explain away why it doesn't have Andrews' fingerprints, or Adrian Andrews' fingerprints on the thing. Okay? So, what if somehow Adrian Andrews made it so that the guitar case that... Yeah, okay, just okay. So, somehow, like, remember, Adrian Andrews also used to be Juan Corrida's manager somewhere before, right? So she might have the connections to pull this off. Maybe she switched out at the studio the contents of the guitar case from the guitar into the spare samurai costume, the nickel samurai costume, into a spare one, right? Kurita then takes the guitar case with him, putting the prints on the case. Goes to the hotel with the case, right? The victim, right? Remember, the guitar was not with Kurita even in the conference, whatever. Like, that was mentioned early on, right? And it would be heavy enough for him to not know it didn't have the guitar. It would have something in it. Or maybe even the guitar case wasn't carried by Kurita himself. It might have been just closed and brought there by the studio. Because does the talent carry their guitar case at all times? Probably not, right? Then Adrian goes in, puts her prints on the glass, somehow opens the guitar case without putting her prints on it. That's a little touch and go, but just bear with me. The costume is in the case, puts on the whole thing, and then there we are. Maybe even this is how she got it open without her fingerprints on it. They had the argument. They argued about something when she came to see Kurita. During that time, she turned over the vase like, "Screw you," and the vase fell over. During an argument in anger, but not yet murder scene. That vase falls over the guitar case when it was still closed. After which, Kurita opens, because, you know, at some point he just opens the guitar case during the conversation. Kurita sees the steel samurai costume, and Andrews kills Kurita. The case is now open, then puts on the costume, and leaves. That's it. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Okay, after that, this better be right. Yes! This is a photograph. Like 6.5 hours in, I'm so tired and my brain is just firing so hard at this right now. Jesus. Oh boy. Okay. This is a photograph. Yes, but what is important is what is in that picture, Your Honor. In this picture, it doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I'm proposing is... You don't say, that's an observant judge, yeah. God damn, I honestly, I need to breathe in a little bit. I can't believe I pulled that out of the jaws of defeat right there, like it's the costume. Ah. Jesus. Now I can sort of see why people like this case, because that feels so good when you catch on to that. Damn, son. Holy moly. Ha. God damn. Inside the guitar case was the Nickel Samurai, the hero's very own costume. What? Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Wright, are you saying that the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume? What insane point would there be to doing something like that? That insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. Miss Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone else see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews? I refuse to accept your theory. Do you have anything to support your preposterous idea? Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starving for a big scoop. And in the end, she managed to get this shot, correct? You mean this photo? When you're, well, I knew it feels so good, yeah. And also that like flash of realization when your brain in one split second builds the whole thing through like you realize what is the one answer to this one question, and then your brain flashes inside your mind's eye, just like this ping 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 ding, like it's so good. Damn. Oh man. Order, order. It looks like we wandered into quite another mess again, haven't we? When everything clicks. Yeah. Nice job, Phoenix. Well, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later. So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume. Objection! Wait 1 second, Your Honor. The Nickel Samurai's costume would have been Mr. Matt Ungard's. Why would something of the defendant's be in the victim's room? Like, I'm so many steps ahead of this, and inside the guitar case of all places. True, that is a little baffling. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. What was this Nickel Samurai costume doing inside the guitar case? It was a spare costume. Mr. Ungard did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we are talking about was a spare one. What? Then are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 Nickel Samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel? Yes, that is what I'm saying. And how do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case? It would mean that the victim himself had brought the spare to the ceremony on purpose. Not on purpose. But why? The victim, Mr. Kurita, was the jamming ninja. Why would he secretly bring the Nickel Samurai spare costume with him? What could be the reason behind such a peculiar act? And therein lies the sticking point. It's even more complicated. It wasn't Andrews who brought the costume there. It was Kurita himself. Remember, there was gonna be a press conference where the Nickel Samurai would confess something, and Ungard didn't know anything about that conference. That means that Kurita was about to wear the Nickel Samurai costume to implicate the Nickel Samurai as something. That's what it is. Have you just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue? No, I just... Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the Nickel Samurai spare costume? Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? Yes! Think carefully before you answer. And then answer with gusto. I believe in you. Safety safe, but I'm pretty sure on this one. Alright, this is what I think. The reason the victim brought the Nickel Samurai spare costume to the hotel was... this thing. The press conference ticket. What is it? On the night of the murder, after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai was going to hold a special press conference. A press conference? Yes, the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something at this conference. I heard about this as well. For once, you're not making something up, right? But what struck me as strange was that Mr. Ungard himself said he had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night. But how can that be? The way I see it, that can mean only one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida himself. The victim? Yes. The spare nickel samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Corrida was going to hold the press conference as the nickel samurai. Boom. Boom. He was going to dress up as the nickel samurai and hold a conference. Wanted to yank that card out of her hand, yeah. Yoink! But why would the victim do such a thing? That's something I don't quite know yet. However, what I am concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at that conference. The nickel samurai was going to confess something. And by confess, I'd wager he was going to reveal something about himself. Which means that Juan Corrida, posing as the nickel samurai, was going to speak about Matt Ungard. Yes, I guess that is what it would mean. But if that's the case, that's not a confession, that's public disclosure. Miss Andrews, I can see why you are pros at what you do. Pardon me? Yes, just as you say, the press conference was set up by Juan. Miss Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this. I was the one he asked to help set it up. And the person who prepared the second costume for him, that was also me. Well, so, yeah, both, cool. Alright. You? Juan had bet everything on the Jamin Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure that Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway. He was going to ruin him, huh? It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. What? And do you know what the secret of Mr. Ungard's is, Miss Andrews? That's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is. I don't trust you, lady. I think you knew. Ah, I see. I've probably been coming off quite suspicious to everyone, and I'd like to point out, there's no Cyclops, and he's been lying the entire time. Liar, yeah. But that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt, after all. Protect Mr. Ungard? And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Miss Andrews, if you could, please tell us the truth about your behavior. Yes, Your Honor, I understand. Again, perjury 10 times over. Let's not listen to her anymore. Let's lock... Just... into jail. Have a good jail time. Bye-bye. Like, come on now. Protecting Matt. Here we are. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had the feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. And didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife. Come on. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him. That is about as nonsense as it gets. This doesn't count. Judge, no it doesn't! Well, I'm the logical type. Yeah, yes, it accounts somehow her wandering back into the room wearing the samurai costume. To protect Matt, she decided to wear the costume to, like, come on. Come on! We're finally seeing her true self. She's more nervous than a scared rabbit. If the defense can find no fault with his testimony, I'm ready to make a ruling. Judge, really? Please keep that in mind as you cross-examine Mr. Wright. Looks like somehow everything has swung to the opposite end of the scale again. That just means I have to put my weight into this and turn her logic upside down. I mean, this judge, like, so... Okay, so all of our evidence has turned out to be pointless. All of our witnesses have been lying 10 times over, so nothing holds water, so I'm ready to do a verdict unless you can find something wrong with this specific statement, and if not, then it's guilty and guard. Like, Judge, listen. Alright. Let's do this. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Hold it! Would you say that was your intuition speaking to you? Don't confuse my methods of reasoning with your own. If you want to prove that someone did something, you need 3 things. 3 things. A motive, an opportunity to commit the crime, and finally decisive evidence. We have all 3 on you, just saying. And if you think these 3 things through, the answer becomes quite clear. They're all you. Should have already known that, Phoenix. They didn't teach that to us in school, at least not from what I remember. Really? Really? Okay. May I continue now? Matt had to go. Hold it. So you would say this need came from the press conference? Yes. Do you know why Juan chose that evening and that hotel for the conference? Because that's when he could cause the most damage to the public's beloved Matt on guard. And you knew this of this plan, didn't you, Miss Andrews? Yes, because I was the one who set up the conference and prepared the costume. But I'm sure Mr. Ungard himself didn't know anything about the press conference. Oh, really? Can you show me any proof that he didn't know about the press conference? That is proving a negative, my lady. That is not how it works. I can't prove that someone didn't know something. There's no way to do that. That's not a thing. Come on. Proving a negative is not a thing. Anyway, the important thing here is that this information was not in your testimony. Yes, I agree, Miss Andrews. Please correct your testimony if you please. Grasping at straws now, are we, Mr. Wright? I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove I'm right. That's where the burden of proof is, isn't it? Alright. Safety save. Come on. Hold it! Has Mr. Ungard done something to hurt or betray you personally? Why do you ask? You were the one who helped Mr. Corrida with his press conference. And that event was supposed to bring down Mr. Ungard, yet you still helped out. Right, and what did she think was the motive? I mean, she's claiming the motive is the press conference, but again, there has been no indication that Matt Ungard knew, and it's impossible to prove he didn't know because you can't prove a negative. Objection! The person on trial right now is Mr. Ungard, right? What the witness was thinking, helping the victim with his plan, is not of our concern. It is our concern if it includes perjury. Edgeworth, you're a prosecutor. If you accept that her actions are to protect her client, those actions are a felony. Edgeworth, prosecute. In any case, this means that the defendant had a motive to kill. Why do I keep doing this to myself? He didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. Right? Yeah. Hold it! But didn't you already testify earlier that Mr. Ungard was taking a nap in his room? Are you telling me now that that too was a lie so you could cover for Mr. Ungard? I'm not telling you anything of the sort. When I went to get him for the show, he honestly was sleeping. However, as to whether he was sleeping the entire time, that I cannot say. I was too busy setting up the stage at the time. I keep trying, but I can't find no flaws with what Miss Andrews has said. I can say the same for some people here in this courtroom, however. The judge is glaring straight at Mia. He's glaring at you, smart guy. Seems pretty solid, really? Because to me it sounded a little wishy-washy. Wishy-washy? Well, I guess we'll see if I press a little more. You should know this by now, but you'll need strong, decisive evidence to make her talk. Got it, Chief. Gonna pin you down this time, Miss Andrews. Hold it! You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage. Then, what about the button? The button? It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and his murderer fought. Is it, though? I'm saying... There's not a lot of scattered stuff in the end after we account for your vase. Just saying. And even the cosmetics on the floor were apparently on the same table as the vase, so you were the one who probably pulled them over as well. Therefore, your actions account for every single piece of the struggle. Yeah. Exactly. And during the fight, the killer ripped the button from the Jammin' Ninja's costume and put it down his pants. Come on! That button was found in the pleats of Matt's hakama, isn't that correct? I wouldn't think that makes it very decisive. It doesn't. It does not. It's a huge-ass button that you just cannot accidentally put down your special pants. Come on! We've been through this. Looks like you were outfoxed again, Mr. Wright. Anyway, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony. I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat. Thank goodness Mia can still look at me. With an icy stare, yes. Miss Andrews, for Mr. Wright's sake, please add this information to your testimony. That button was torn off, one, during his fight with Matt. I did call her, and the motive comment, like... So, at first... hold on. So, this was what we got out of her saying that Matt had to kill her, and pressing this, I believe, really didn't give us anything. Yeah, hurt or betray you. Wait, yeah, we've been here. Hold it! And how do you know that? When the ends of the threads of the button and the costume were matched up, they were found to fit together perfectly, or so I heard. I heard that before too. But why would Miss Andrews know about this case down to such a fine detail? Don't look at me like that, just because I'm prepared and you are not. Ah, and I thought I had her this time for sure. If anything to trip her up, it has to be here. But where and what? Hold it! But what you really did was stab the guy in the back, didn't you? And at the worst possible time. Objection! Who's to say she really stabbed the guy in the back, as you put it? This witness could have disclosed things about Mr. Ungard at any time. Why then would she wait until there was large audience before doing so? It's the same reason why Mr. Kurita planned such an elaborate conference. Miss Andrews wanted to cause Mr. Ungard as much damage as she possibly could. This witness bears ill will towards the defendant. Objection! This isn't the Phoenix Wright Wax Philosophical Power Hour. And please stop slandering the witness, who's committed perjury 10 times over. Just saying. Alright. Okay, so it's gotta be in the button. Like, that's... The game is kind of saying it, well, Phoenix is saying it, and I got a feeling the button, that, like, this, because, like, so, we have two statements that we've gotten out of her, right? It's this one, and the button. The first, this one doesn't really say anything specific, not really. Whereas the button at least says something specific, like was torn off when the fight happened, right? Okay, so what disproves that? Okay, safety save first. Hold on! Wait. The knife was stabbed into Kurita after he was already dead. Therefore, whatever fight happened at a time when there was no blood yet. Strangled to death, stabbed after death. That's it. Oh, come on! Oh, game. Wow. Okay, autopsy report? Fine. At least I think we were right on the actual issue, but goddamn, that button is proof. Come on. The game didn't account for our genius. Oh, damn. Alright, let's go. This is the victim's autopsy report. It clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf. Strangulation? The knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died. And what does that mean? Let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it, which could mean that it was ripped off of the costume when? After the knife was stabbed into the victim. Exactly, which means it's impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle, because the victim was strangled to death in that fight. Ah. That's right, Miss Andrews. There is no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was consciously pulled off of the victim's already dead body. Order, what is the objection? What is the meaning of this, right? So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? What does that change? Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edgeworth. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve? What purpose? We know this button was not torn off during the fight. Not as smart as you think he is, yeah? So the murderer took the time and effort to purposely rip this from the victim's body. That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it? Mr. Wright, does this mean what you know? Does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with this button? What was it? To pin the crime on Unguard. There is only one logical reason for doing something like that. It was to pin the crime on Matt Unguard. There is no way anyone would put a bloodied button in their own pants. That's right, Mr. Unguard was set up. By the real killer, of course. And the real murderer is... Well, Mr. Wright, who in the world is a real killer then? Finally. I can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point. Phoenix, you can't let your guard down yet, not until the very end. The real killer, the person who planned to frame Mr. Unguard, is... It was the dead woman all along! No, it's Adrian Andrews. Miss Adrian Andrews. I choose you! Pikachu, you are Mr. Kurita's killer. What? Again, the exploding glasses. Order, 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 Mr. Wright. This is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence to support this? Judge, have you been listening? Oh. Come on, Judge. Any evidence? All of the evidence points to Miss Andrews. How preposterous. You can't stick any of that on me. I can't, can I? Would you care to test me? Then what about this knife? The knife was used to stab the victim after he had already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. Ungard, naturally. A knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. And the only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you. Glasses galore, let's go. Then what about the button that we found in Matt's... We just explained this, weren't you listening? This button was removed from the victim's body after he had already died. The only people who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. Ungard was the real killer, there is no way he would have put such incriminating evidence in his own hakama. Ah! Glasses go. Let's do. The only person who could have put this button into Mr. Ungard's hakama is the person who went to wake him from his nap, which is you yet again, Miss Andrews. Where's the lady with the whip? She needs to use it on the judge. Yeah, the lady with the whip is in the hospital after a gunshot, but we would super need her, yes. What about the empty guitar case? That is also another piece of evidence that incriminates Miss Andrews. That costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. Now, who could have known that there was just such a costume inside the guitar case? It could only have been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. And that person is you, Miss Adrian Andrews. No, Objection! But Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found on the guitar case, and it was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at the time. That's right, I already went through this, yeah. That's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. So to avoid leaving any prints, use a towel or something else to open it. Or, again, it could have been Corrida, like, my guitar, whatever. No, so, or the Corrida, but like, what about the costume? It'll be wet. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Miss Andrews purposely left her fingerprints on the glass to show that yes, indeed, she was the classic dazed discoverer of a dead body. That part is really weird though, but alright. And to top it all off, there is this photo. A photo of the killer as they exited the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on Earth can believe this nickel samurai is Mr. Ungard. He would be much too short for his own costume if it was him. Speaking of how tall people are, Miss Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not? Please stop. Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? I've got her this time. Miss Andrews? I refuse to testify. What was that? That one doesn't make sense, but maybe in the creator's world, shocked people pour glasses of juice and not drink it. Apparently. What was that? There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me. Well, yes. You're absolutely correct, Miss Andrews. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination. She's pleading the fifth, by allowing a witness to not testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves. What? Yeah, pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Mr. Ungard's room, Adrian Andrews, Yes? Think hard about what we just discussed. Understood? Really? Did Franziska plant the idea of pleading the fifth on Andrews like she's thinking that far ahead in this? Also, I love this music, but god damn. God damn, lady. But it does beg the question, like, is her motivation really just about winning and doesn't care who actually did it? I don't know. But it looks like she knew at least that we would get to this point. That's a smart cookie right there. See, here's the thing. Her history shows that, but the game has already once before, in the first game, it tried to color Edgeworth as being that thing, and kinda sort of was, and then it sort of flipped the perspective or whatever, and like, or made to learn stuff. And I'm wondering if there's a secret motivation somewhere in her actions that is just not quite fully in hand, but I don't know, maybe. But if that's the case, that's kind of not that is not the sign of a good person if that's the case. And that is indeed all of her actions do point toward I want to win, regardless of if I get an innocent person into the death penalty. That's pretty reprehensible, but well, the one thing we do know, she is smart cookie. That much we can be probably sure about on this one. Also, this music is so good, I'm very happy to monologue with it for a bit. I mean, true, but she has hidden evidence before. Very smart. Yes, I can't deny. Yeah, like all her actions do point toward bad person. That is true. All right. That's it. That's when Franziska planted this idea into her head. She must have told Miss Andrews to not testify if things looked bad. You did a good job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix. But there is still one thing you haven't done. Something I haven't done? What's wrong, right? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence? I mean, the point is, we still have never used, for example, I mean, the transceiver might not be a thing, but like we have never used in this case in court the guide map or the suicide report or the suicide report number 2. So, you know, What is so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer here has proven up to this point is meaningless. What? Everything you have proven is circumstantial. Come on! Circumstantial. Yes, circumstantial. You have yet to provide a single piece of definitive proof. So have you! Come on! You haven't had a single piece of definitive proof all year. That's actually true. But still. Edgeworth, that's not gonna fly. Proof that Mr. Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to murder Mr. Kurita. Well, I mean, that's the suicide note hiding thing, though. Miss Andrews, did you want to kill Mr. Kurita? I believe this may lead to me incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering. There it is. But Miss Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think? Maybe so, or maybe not. There is nothing to prove it either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence. No, she's taking that defiant attitude again. Mia, what should we do? Somehow, we've landed in the worst possible situation. This is not the worst possible situation. I feel like we've created reasonable doubt multiple times over. Come on now. I think we have reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Miss Adrian Andrews has refused to testify, and the defense's theory that she is the actual murderer has not been fully substantiated with solid definitive proof. But that's not true. In this situation, there is only one thing this court can do, that is to declare a recess. Recess? I request that both the prosecution and the defense look further into this matter. And at tomorrow's trial... Tomorrow? We won't have a tomorrow. If we don't get a not a guilty verdict today, then... Hold it! Please wait, Your Honor. That's not necessary. The trial... Please continue the trial. What are you sweating for? Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't he? That's not it. This is not about that. Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please, let the trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, then Maya... But it's impossible to continue as long as a witness refuses to testify. Now then, this court is... Objection! It is not impossible for this trial to continue. See, Edgeworth has a heart. He heard Maya and just like, the whole thing opened in his mind. Edgy pool, let's go. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you... It's true Miss Andrews holds it right against self-incrimination, however, if the topic of conversation or something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony. Yes, that is very true, but it's because Maya is so cute. Sure. Yes, that is very true, but actually there is one little thing that I'm curious about. Miss Andrews, when you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice. Yeah, and? I can't help but think how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they are shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. See, Edgeworth caught on. So my actions were unusual, but I've already... And that card, give the card! Before you speak, I want to state that if you have a reason behind your actions... Now he thinks that, yeah. I would like you to testify to that effect. Testify? Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness testify again as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we find out in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness. Alright. Juice testimony round 2. Oh boy. I don't know what it is about Edgeworth today, but I can't get a good read off of him. Is he friend or foe? I just don't know. The court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Miss Andrews, if you please. When I found the body... That glass of juice, I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. And Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. I think for some reason he's trying to find a way to work the suicide stuff in. Probably. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over. No, that's wrong again. You clearly knocked the flower vase over before you did the juice. Come on. So you poured that glass of juice for the victim. Why didn't you say so in your earlier testimony? I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with his testimony, then there's nothing left. I know. Edgeworth, what the heck is going on in that brain of yours? Why would a fainted person need juice? Well, maybe Red Bull gives them wings and juice makes them come back from fainting. It's fine. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. When I found the body... Okay, so that's what? The crime scene photo with the... Let's press on it first, just to... There. Hold it. And how did you come to realize that he was in fact dead? I shook him over and over, but I never got a response. So I set the glass down on the dresser and tried to take his pulse. I was shocked and staggered backward and knocked the flower vase over, so that's what happened. Yes. This is what it all comes down to. This is the absolute end for both sides, and Adrian is letting her guard down. Phoenix, now is our best chance yet to kill the prosecution's case. Isn't that a bit harsh? Miss Andrews, will you tell us the truth this time? Alright, so... Okay, so safety save here, and I think this part present crime scene photo. That should work, right? So you honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him? No, not at all. Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body. Ah! What is the meaning of this? Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There's a knife sticking straight out of Mr. Koreda's chest. Well, that wasn't the part I was thinking, but fine, I'll take it, sure. Anyone who saw the scene would have immediately thought that there was a dead man. I didn't. That's... Maybe she's an anatomical genius and realized immediately, instinctively, that the knife could possibly not have been fatal, and he needed some juice. You know, Red Bull gives you wings, and tomato juice does wonders against stab wounds. It's fine. Alright. I doubt a single person in the world would mistake this for someone who fainted. And then so nonchalantly go for something to drink. Oh no, knife would in its juice. I know. Your point is, Miss Andrews, your testimony just now, it was all one giant lie. And that's your 10th pair of glasses. And your lie has proven one thing very clearly, that you are the real killer. No. It looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Matt Engard, is not guilty after all. But that's impossible, you're wrong. Miss Andrews, try to have some composure. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt, I swear it, he's the one who killed Juan. But you were the one who refused to testify, and your reason for not doing so was that you might end up incriminating yourself. That's because... Miss Andrews, I will give you one last chance. How many chances? What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you? I refuse to testify. Then there is no need for this court to continue any further. Miss Matt Engard's innocence has been clearly demonstrated. Is it over? Have we found the truth at last? What's wrong, Phoenix? Usually the real killer confesses his or her guilt. And now that I think about it, this is the first time someone hasn't. Now then, I would like to hand down my verdict for Matt Engard. Objection! Your Honor, the prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass down a verdict at this time. What? The reason is quite simple. This witness has yet to speak the absolute real truth. The absolute real truth. What are you... Witness, don't you understand yet? I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head, but as long as you protect yourself through your silence, Matt Engard will go free, and in his place, you will become the guilty party. That's a lie. I don't believe you. What? I was told if I spoke, then it would be all over, and Matt would never be declared guilty. What in the world is she talking about? Has she lost it? I can't speak about it, I'm too scared. It's Franziska von Karma. Don't you remember, Phoenix? Miss Andrews lives by gripping tightly onto the words of another, because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself. Then right now Miss Andrews is... Yesterday she was tossed a lifesaver by Miss von Karma. Don't say a word, no matter what happens. If you do, Matt Engard Ungard will go free. Miss Andrews undyingly believes in those words right now and is clinging on to them. Then what should we do? This is the first time I've ever come across anything like this. But Miss Andrews has to be the killer, right? All we have to do now is get our not guilty. That is my only priority. It wasn't me. I'm begging you, please believe me. I didn't kill Juan. Help, please, someone, help me. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. The court can't continue on like this, therefore I'd like to hear what you intend to do. What I intend to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say? Right, I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did and what she did not do. And think about who is the real mastermind behind this crime. Who's the real mastermind? Isn't it obvious? There's no one else it could be except the woman crying over there, right? Come on now, what will you do? What kind of man are you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Let's go. I want to hear the truth. Let's go. I mean, I think the other part is genuinely the wrong thing, and I don't think I can change the verdict and change the course anyway, because there is no life bar blinking in the corner. I can't change how this case goes. Alright, let's do this. Let's learn what happened. I have to win a complete acquittal today. There's no way around that. But I can't bring myself to do it like this, not when she's making a face like that. Miss Andrews, I would like to know what you're really hiding. Mr. Wright, are you sure you know what you're doing? Sure, Mr. Ungard would get an acquittal, but in his place, you would be found guilty. Is this how you really want this trial to end? Also, I mean, she said herself that if she talked, Ungard would go free, so that's still a win for us, so let's go. Be quiet, how dare you? You're trying to trick me. That's enough. I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. However, it's clear that the defense's theory is the truth. You're wrong. What a shame. I had hoped things wouldn't come to this, however. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, it falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court. Stop. Mr. Edgeworth! Action music, let's go! This witness. How should I put this? She has an illness. What? And because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past. Stop, please stop. No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have the evidence right here. Ah, That's the second part of the suicide report, the attempted suicide report. Yeah, I mean, eventually Edgeworth went there. What will you do now, witness? You know what I'm about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews. The secret of her dependent nature. Having other people know about it scares her more than anything else in the world. Please stop. I beg you, if people find out, I'll... If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me. Damn, son. Ooh. Yikes, that's cold. Whew. Ah. Edgeworth, how can you be so cold? However, before you die, I will pull the truth from your still breathing lips, no matter what I have to do. So, will you tell the court yourself or shall I? Either is fine with me. I'll talk, but please help me. Wow. Nothing matters anymore. Oof. I need a breather for... just take a deep breath. Holy crap, man. Just... Oof. Alright, okay. Right. Okay. Nothing matters anymore. My crime. Alright. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted, honest. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. And then, I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. And that's why I ended up using the nickel samurai costume. Stabbed the body with the knife, but why would you do that? Isn't it obvious to pin the blame on a certain person? A certain cowardly man? What do you mean by all of this? It might take this court a little while to understand, but... this is the truth. The real killer is Matt. That scumbag of a man. I'll never forgive him. He is trying to escape his guilt again, just like last time. Last time? So, Miss Andrews stabbed the victim Juan Corrida in the chest with a knife. However, she didn't do it with murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt Ungard for the murder. And this is her crime. What? How is this possible? I mean, wasn't Miss Andrews supposed to be the real murderer? Mr. Wright, please get over your shock and commence the cross-examination. Okie dokie, let's go. Okay, first thing, let's press on the inconvenience. Hold it! An inconvenience. It's probably Lotta, but just words. Let's go through the motions, right? There was a woman with a camera at the ready, loitering in the hallway. Oh yeah. I'm willing to bet my spikes it was Lotta. There was also a woman with a ray gun at the ready, pacing back and forth. That's Miss Oldback for you. I had already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once, so I couldn't very well go out looking like myself and get caught again. And that's why I ended up using the nickel samurai costume. You were the one who prepared that costume, weren't you? Yes, I took it from Global Studios. I also put it into Juan's guitar case the day before the awards ceremony. You did this in preparation for the press conference, correct? Yes, Juan wanted to wear that costume and hold a press conference in it. He was going to disclose Matt's big secret there. And what is this secret? That I don't know. Anyway, I thought that if I were to leave Juan's room in the nickel samurai costume, then people would think that Matt was the real murderer. I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume. I don't want to concede, but this testimony it rings of the truth. I'm sorry, Phoenix. No, please don't apologize to me, we were both taken by surprise. Still, I'm sorry. Alright, let's keep pressing, we can do this. But you could tell from the state of the room was in that there must have been a fight. Are you telling the truth when you say that you did not know he was dead? He had a scarf tied around his neck. Well, that scarf is part of the Jamin ninja's costume, so I didn't think anything about it was strange. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face that well. That's why I thought I'd wake him up and went to pour the juice. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated a plan. Hold it! What is this plan you had? I knew right away the murderer was Matt. I knew because of one, he was going to expose Matt's weakest weak point to the world. So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought I should forge some evidence and pin this crime on Matt. So the forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button. The first thing that came to mind was to plant the knife. Once I made sure there was nowhere, hold it! That was so you could get the knife, correct? The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. I thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes toward him. Matt was napping with his costume on at the time. I slipped in, took the knife, and returned to the scene of the crime. And then stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. For a person who's dependent on others, that's a lot of planning on her own, though. Just saying. Like, if that's all true, she really took the reins, like, in one fell swoop and just thought of all of this on her own. Hold it! So you were the one to stab the victim with that knife. It gives me goosebumps to think about it now, what a horrible thing I did. But, at the time I couldn't control my own body, it moved on its own. Then when I stabbed Juan's dead body I suddenly realized something. If I used the button somehow, I could make Matt look even more suspect. So you thought to rip one of the buttons off and then plant it in Mr. Angard's hakama. And what about Matt napping? Yeah, I don't know. Yes, that's what I had planned to do. But things never go that smoothly, do they? I think we've heard enough. Yeah, this was one of those where you press on all points and then the game continues. Wow. So after that, you went back to Mr. Angard's room and planted the button. Into Matt's hakama? Yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into a bag. Then I snuck it out of the hotel and got rid of it. My word, what does all this mean? Mr. Edgeworth, is it? The real criminal is Matt Angard. Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk. Francesca, huh? She said that I should under no circumstances confess to what I had done. Wow! That if I just kept quiet, then Matt would be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe in her words. What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain she is not the real killer. That's a lot of believing, but oh boy. Certain, huh? Certain. I'm not saying she's absolutely the one who did it, but good god, that's a lot of belief on a person who lied, what, 15 times over on one day in court? Just saying. God damn. Wait, Your Honor. Not much logic in that statement, yep. The defense... Objection! Right. It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not possible to indict Miss Andrews on anything. Yes, exactly. On anything! Oh! Oh, my brain! Ah. Rosie, morning! Solving the case. Yeah, we're basically halfway, I think. This is a monstrously big one. At this point, it's not possible to indict Miss Andrews on anything. Apart from 15 counts of perjury, obstruction of justice. I believe there's probably a law against trying to frame someone for murder. And also, there might be a separate thing about, like, contaminating a crime scene on purpose. And, you know, disturbing the dead by stabbing them in the chest. That's probably one as well. At least some countries have that too. That's like 22 felonies or something. Come on. Come on. Indict Andrews on anything. Right. But I hope you slept well, Rosie. We've been on a roller coaster here. I'm probably wrapping up pretty much around here. I got a feeling we're finally reaching at least the end of this court sitting, but good god. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to us the murderer. I mean, except for the entire plan, but sure. The cross-examination of this witness is over, and so is today's trial. You couldn't establish that the witness was the culprit. Please let it go, Mr. Wright. But... oh boy, so many crimes, and she actually didn't do it. Yeah, that's if she didn't do it, yeah. So like 25 felonies and the prime suspect in a murder. Can't indict on anything. That's nice. Mr. Edgeworth, please place Mr. Andrews under arrest for further questioning. Understood, Your Honor. The prosecution will arrange for her detention immediately. Well, at least there's that, right? That is all. The court is adjourned for the day. Today's trial, it's over. Wow. And I didn't win an acquittal. Witness, would you mind if I asked you something? Edgeworth? What is it? Before you leave court today, I wondered if you might look at one thing. Grab the card! Come on. Thank you, Edgeworth. The card in your hand. It's had my interest for quite some time now. What exactly is it? Oh, this? Mr. Wright also asked about this. Although I didn't remember at the time you asked me about it, Mr. Wright. I remember it just now. I found this in the room on that day. Ooh. The room? That day? Yes. I found this card when I discovered Tuan's body. It was lying there right next to him. You found that card next to the victim's body? I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. But it's not as if this card has any relevance to Tuan's murder, right? Yeah, she said she found it in her purse, but now she said she remembered after we asked that... she's been lying like 12 times over every minute, so who the hell knows, but at least now she's claiming she remembered finding the thing in the room after we asked, but whatever. Yeah, I guess not, but it's still a strange card if you ask me. As far as a clue to this case, I don't see why. Hold it! Witness, that card. Give it to me, hurry. Edgeworth? Do you have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? This, I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. I didn't mean to. What is this all about? I've never seen Edgeworth so emotional before. That card, what in the world is it, and what does it mean? Boom! To be continued. God damn, what a roller coaster of a trial. Jesus. Oh man. Whew, whew.